Good morning, friends. This session is going to be very important and very useful. We will talk about open data usage, a seemingly obvious topic. These data are located across various great platforms in Ukraine, and these platforms are great because they're everywhere. Today we have invited three representatives. Kirilo Zakharov, he is the founder of Sud na Doloni organization, Yaroslav Karahuts, the founder of Clarity Project, and also a journalist of Nashi Hiroshi website, Viktor Volokita. My name is Lubov Velichko. I will be the moderator. Kirill will start his presentation. We will put up the slides on the screen, and he will talk about how one can use the services of an analytical website, Sud na Doloni, or the court explained. Thank you. Actually, Sud na Doloni is going to be one of the services I'll talk about today. Regulation number 735 has been adopted 6 years ago, creating open data for Ukrainian citizens. And there is a wealth of different web tools covering different domains that are available thanks to that regulation. So today I'd like to outline some of the areas that you could work with using the open data, and also a number of web-based tools that you can use to do so. Now, let us get into the question of the actual tools. I think the clicker doesn't work for some reason. It's working now. So, open data tools encompass 6 big domains, interesting for the journalists. The legislation and courts, that's the first domain if you work with the data from the parliament, of the state court administration. So these are the data about companies and finance, the data about construction, especially large-scale construction projects, or if you're interested in development in the city of Kiev, data on environment, data on officials and policymakers, and these are the data for anti-corruption, and also the customs data. In terms of legislation and courts, you have a wealth of tools that enable you to search different regulation, legal acts, and court verdicts. What are those tools? Sud na Doloni, Bobusa, Pravosud, Zakon Online. There are some tools that use those data, but are also adjacent to other fields, such as Clarity App or Clarity Project. All of them have something to do with the decision of the Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine. And some of the new interesting developments, such as Chesno Chatbot, Chesno Pro Zakony, that's the name of the service. You can apply filters you're interested, and the chatbot will update you on the draft laws that have been introduced into Parliament. You can use such filters as the member of Parliament, or the name of the committee, or the name of the document, and you can also set the frequency of updates, daily, weekly, monthly, etc. So it's a handy tool, and it enables you to stay abreast of the new developments. Babusa, Pravosud, Zakon Online are search systems. You can find court verdicts and legal acts very fast. You can apply a great many filters. Now, next domain, finance and companies. There's a treasure trove of excellent services. Ring.org.ua, bringing together more than 20 different data sets. You can find all information about companies very quickly. Clarity Project and Kursi Pro, they give you all the information about owners, founders, and even tender participation, and also the this kind of activities the companies engaged in. You can look at Prozoro and Dozoro, find out whether these companies are bidding in any procurement process. And you can also use the Publiczni Finanse of the Ministry of Finance Service and Portal 007 to find out more about companies' finance. The domain of construction. A recently emerged services are called urban data. It enables you to find out about construction projects and almost full amount of information. Consent given for development, the land plots, whether the land plots are appropriate for construction projects, etc., etc. Some of the old resources, but still very relevant. Karta ремонтів, mapa renovacji. These two tools have direct bearing with the construction developers. And there's another service that's called Cost Ukraine that you can analyze the road, used to analyze the road structure of Ukraine. And there's also a tool that is called NORA. It's a BI graphic interface and can give you a helicopter view of the processes that have to do with the construction. Environment. The leading projects are Save Ecobot and Ecomapa, coming from the Ministry of Environment. You can look at the maps, you can look at the environmental status and whether the environment you're living in is clean. Next domain, officials and politicians. One of the most interesting services that have basically appeared this week, приховані інтереси, or hidden interest in Ukrainian, from anti-corruption staff, anti-korupcyjny sztab. They bring the data from Prozoro on procurement and from asset declarations. There's an interesting tool looking at the assistance of the members of parliament and the local self-governance, and they try to automate and to look for potential conflict of interest across the country. So you can go to that web-based tool, you can type a name, the first name, the last name, and check whether this person potentially has a conflict of interest. And you can either conduct verification or do your investigation as a journalist. Another tool, e-Deputat, they analyze how the local councillors vote first and foremost. And there's another service that brings together all sorts of data about officials from all over the place. The State Customs Service has opened up its data. There's a tool called BI Customs where you can quickly find information on exports and imports in Ukraine. Unfortunately, there's not enough detail. Sometimes you can't find who are the companies engaged in exports and imports, but there's a fair amount of information about what goods were imported into Ukraine, how frequently, etc., etc. Tools based on open data require you to check the data they're working with. Sometimes you might want to import the data from the open data portal, because some of the services that I mentioned brought together 20 different sources, bringing the company registers, the officials' data, the constructions data, and tax debt data. So they put together a giant database, and they enable you to search through different categories. You just type the name or the first name and the last name, and you get all the information contained currently in the state registries. I think this is what you need to look for when choosing the tool. First, speed or the full amount. If you want to get regular updates, then you rather go for chatbots or for tools that use emails. Or you want to have a helicopter view, take a step back and realize the general context, then you need to look and make sure that the IT services have their own database and they create their own processes with statistics. Next, user-friendliness. If you do not specialize in data journalism, if you don't have the relevant software or you're not a programmer, it's highly likely that you want an off-the-shelf solution. But if you know how to do statistics, if you know data analysis, then of course you would rather work with the databases themselves. And the tools provide the APIs that enable you to receive exactly the data that you need. You can you can receive them through your chatbot or emails. Next criteria. Do you want processed data or raw data? Actually, it's not a problem today. Take any table, turn it into an Excel data, and work with the primary data. However, a lot of state data these days are faulty. They're full of errors, full of problems. They're not really clean. So you need to pay attention about how these tools process data. Do they clean the data? Do they remove errors? Do they remove the Latin writing from the names and surnames? So if you're doing a machine search, they want the exact match. So let's say if it's Ukrainian E written in Cyrillic replaced with the English I written in Latin alphabet, you're just going to get nothing. Such services as U-Control are usually trying to correct these typical errors so that the data that you get is as clean as possible. Next, designers or BI interfaces. Sometimes you get tables or stats, but there are some tools that provide the graphics that you can have a look and do the general analysis. Sud Nadolony, for example, gives you a lot of stats in terms of court cases. The custom services have the BI interface. Sometimes there's a combination of BI interface. Like in Prosoro, you can do the graphic analysis of data, and you can actually look at the table with the actual data, and you can import it in your computer to do the analysis yourself. Is this data accurate and full? Most of the IT tools work with the data that have certain legal status, but there are tools that work across the board. So some of the services would provide you some of the information about a person, including personal data. It's a bot that I have in mind. And usually these bots use the data leaked in early 2000s, in early 2010, or in early 2020. So there is information that shouldn't actually be published. Official IT tools will not work with this kind of data, but you need to know that this data exists.
Проте вони витікають через певні помилки.
Some personal data leaks through certain errors committed by the officials or faulty programs. For example, the tax numbers or the passport numbers. There are services that work with this data, that process this data, and the reason you can find them is that data was published as public data, even though it's dubious and they shouldn't have been made public. Now I'm going to talk about details that are not that popular. Next slide, please. Some of the recent tools that appeared that you might have not heard about. There's a web-based tool called Zapytovaч. So we are in the community of OpenUp. We have created a request web-based tool. You can put together your freedom of information request to any government authority. It's a very simple form you need to fill out. And you get the document that you can send to the authority. This tool also enables you to complain if information has not been provided to you by your request, or you can automatically put together a lawsuit that you can send if the data has not been legally provided to you. And another tool, not that many people know about it, but it's been around for a long time. If you use Google search engine, you might not know about this. Google offers custom search. It's a programmable search engine, and you can impose certain restrictions. For example, you can note that you only want to find information from 5 or 10 websites. As an investigative journalist, you can search only Nashi Hiroshi website or bihus.info website or public procurement websites, etc. So you will not search across the entire web, but rather you look for information about individuals you're interested in, and you will search only the investigative journalism website. If you're an investigative journalist, you absolutely have to use the custom Google web search. That's it from me. And the last slide has the QR code. Feel free to use it and download this presentation. But probably the organizers will send the slides to the attendees anyway. Thank you for your presentation, Kirilo. Some question. Zapytovac is a very interesting tool. Maybe colleagues present here have faced this situation. So you send the Freedom of Information request, and the authority does not reply. And it's difficult to combat the entire government authority, to take them to court, etc. Could you tell more about this lawsuit? Can a journalist not go to the legal advisor, but rather use this web-based tool? Can you put together a meaningful lawsuit because the information has not been provided? Lubov, look, first it was our own painful experience. So you sit down if you want some information, and you have to put this document together, put the request together. You need to think about the title. Do you put the date? Do you put the signature? What references do you need to include in your letter so that the official knows that you are entitled to find out this information? We put together all the best practices, and you just select it from the list. You just select the justification, and then you get an off-the-shelf turnkey document. The grounds for why you should get this information or why you didn't get that, and the majority of text will be generated for you. If you want to elaborate the document, you can always add some text. There is this possibility and functionality. Our tool checks that you mentioned all the necessary bank details, addresses, the location, the name of the court, etc., etc. So this tool helps you to minimize the number of mistakes, and that your lawsuit was at least taken into consideration, and in best case that you win the case. Kirilo, have you had any success stories? Lubov, this web tool appeared only a month ago. It's a new tool. Therefore, we do not have any history so far, and it was drafted as an individual tool. So it's not centralized. It has nothing to do with database. It's something that works in your personal browser, and information doesn't go anywhere. If you want to share your success story, please feel free to do so. If you want to keep it secret, you're free to do so as well. All the process of FOI requests and lawsuits are not tied to a certain time point. So you can look at the history of all your lawsuits and requests on your dashboard. You can keep track of everything, and you can keep track of the timelines where you should have received a reply. And if you haven't, the tool will notify you. And you can automatically get updates and notification in Google Calendar that information has not been provided in time, and you can use this tool and go directly and file a lawsuit. We're open to your comments to further improve the tool. This is an open source software So any of the coders or the journalists can come up with their ideas or comments or even write their own code. Gavrilo, you noted that there are some data that are publicly available because they were made public, but they're not really legal because they became public due to certain leaks. Do you plan to make use of these leaked data on your platform? Lubov, if you mean Sud Nadolony, then we work only with data that have been legally published, that are in the open data portal. For 2 years, this big conversation. New legislation is about to be adopted on confidentiality and personal data protection. The draft law is currently heard in the parliamentary committee. And some provisions could make life difficult for some of the tools or make them stop. So there's big debate now. How do tools based on open data work that have personal data? Because even mentioning beneficiaries in the unified state registers of companies is also personal data. And therefore the service and the tool needs to duly protect this data. And sometimes the requesters should be able to be tracked and to delete personal data. So there are a lot of provisions that could ruin the open data tools in the future. Now, as far as Sud Nadolony is concerned, we do not work with the legal data at all. If there's personal data leak, such as court verdict, if they were not anonymized, if there are tax numbers or passport numbers, then we do the work that the state judicial administration should have done and we delete this personal data. Friends, in case you haven't heard, open data are in danger, so you need to make the most use of the open data web-based tools now, because maybe later they will not be available. Well, we hope this won't happen, of course. But, Kirilo, do you talk to the policymakers? Do you bring this to their attention? Do you try to dissuade them? Lubov, the most active champions are U-Control campaigners. They're trying to protect the right of open data services and tools to live. One of the presenters here will talk more about it later today during this conference. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is also working on that. They create a lot of data, including personal data tools, and the Ministry for Digital Transformation also is in favor of data being open. They're not interested in these tools to be discontinued. So I think this is where they're trying to improve the regulation to make sure it doesn't get in the way of the functioning of open data web-based tools. I think journalists, Kirilo, should not be silent as well, because this goes against democratic freedoms. I don't think these initiatives should be implemented. So, Kirilo, you've mentioned U-Control, but personally, as an investigator, I start with Clarity Project as soon as I start an investigation. Clarity Project is one of my favorite tools. Yaroslav, could you tell us what is the difference of Clarity Project from U-Control? Lubov, it's actually a very difficult question. Okay, Yaroslav, I'm going to paraphrase. Could you say Clarity Project is a more user-friendly tool? Lubov, it's certainly more user-friendly if you look for procurement information and auction information. U-Control only has the generalized figures. On our tool, we have a much more detailed breakdown. So we can find information on any company or private entrepreneur in Ukraine, and we can look at all the data in the majority of registers. Currently, I think we have over 130 different registers that are involved. Some of them are big, such as Prozoro database, and some of them are small, that have 10 entries.
So if we open an information about the company, in the left we will see if it participated in Prozoro, if it had any orders, and we will be able to check the amount and the time frame and the contractors and amounts for each, and the goods they ordered and the regions they worked in. And the links are clickable, and it's possible to, for instance, check that, for instance, if this procurement has happened, we will learn information for it, or, for instance, there were 2 procurements for Kartano's gas, and we can click here and see both of them. And also, once we have some other criteria, we can use them because the filters here are much more multiple than on Prozoro website, but maybe the number is slightly more limited than on PI Prozoro, because on big areas of data it's better to use those. And also we have some fewer filters when it comes to the sellers. So again, we can find information on who has won the contract, what are the amounts of the contract, etc. And also for each physical person who has been participating, or who has been in any of the registers, we can check the organizations this person is related to, or whether it has been involved in a court case. And also we can see the debts, so even historical ones. So some time ago I had 0.0.5 Ukrainian hryvnias debt in my taxes, so it's there. And so we can find information on persons, we can find information on legal entities, we can find information on patents, etc. And also here we can find a block on some of the key dates concerning the participant. So these are the date of the government registration, the date of the first proposal, and the date of the first contract. And you can see also the difference between those dates. So you can see if the company got the contract in just 5 days after it's been established. Yeah, that's a huge success. And also if we open a page of the auction, we will see a similar page. Again, the information coming from Prozoro Prodaji or from Prozoro, depending on the type of information, an auction or a tender. You will see all the information that was loaded, and also you will be able to use tabs here, so you will see all the documents uploaded in all the proposals the participant had. So the number here is quite limited, but there can be some certificates, some passports, a charter, some warranty letters, etc. So sometimes we will have the actual scan of a passport of the CEO does it actually work? Yeah, we can check this out. Yes, actually it does. And this is a requirement of the legislation. So any document can be requested from the participant, and if there are no complaints on the part of the participants, they can provide it. Prozoro is against such practice, but actually they cannot do anything with it. So if the participant sees this requirement, they can either provide their passport or complain on such a requirement. And there is one more service here, Clarity app. That's a commercial one. It can be slightly less useful for the journalists. It's mainly intended for business. What kind of information is there? Well, all of the resolutions of the Anti-Monopoly Committee, and there is a search. There are many filters again. So if we search for, let's say, this requirement to provide a passport, we will find the rulings in all of the cases concerning this requirement to provide a passport. Can you actually search at the text of the rulings of the Anti-Monopoly Committee? Yes, this is exactly what's it doing. It's not the complaints themselves that are searchable, because, well, they can contain the things that can be called garbage, but the rulings are written in the proper legal language, and both the lawyers and regular people can benefit from work with these documents. So is this tool open for journalists, or is it paid? It's a paid one, but we do work with journalists, and you can find our contacts here, our email, phone number, etc. And we will think about this. If you need access to this data, we can find some solution, but mainly it's for businesses, although I know that Nashi Groshi use this service. So what exactly do you mean if you say, we'll think about it? So do you understand correctly that if we contact you using that email of Clarity Project, and if we request that you provide access to this platform, Clarity app, will you provide this access free of charge? Well, I cannot promise this because I am not the CEO, but we will surely consider all such applications and do whatever we want in such a situation. So, okay, dear colleagues, let us all write such letters to Clarity Project with some cute pictures of cats requesting such access. Actually, we are a very small community of investigative journalists, so your company will have no trouble providing all of us free access. Is there anyone who supports this idea? Yeah, everyone. Okay, please contact us. We will duly consider all of your requests. I am not the person who is making such decisions, but you can try it. Okay, so in the Clarity project, we also have the Connections tab. We have related persons, related declarations, and connections, which actually builds diagrams of connections. And they are built using all the connected persons, addresses, emails. So could you please tell if the same system is used as the one on uControl, or is there any difference? Most probably, yes, there is some difference, although I have not seen their algorithms, and thus I cannot say if they are the same or different. But the idea itself is probably the same. So if there are any coincidences of data in the companies, then we can show this connection. But the details of how exactly this works inside, maybe these can be different. Actually, this is one of the famous and favorite tools we have on this website. It saves lots of paper that would be used for physically drawing all of those connections. Do you have any plans to update these tools? So some tools are less effective. Sometimes there are mass registration of legal entities, and it doesn't prove anything if two companies are registered at the same address. Actually, there are two problems here. One of them, a big one, is the fact that the connections here are built using non-compatible procurements. That's because this information is filled in by the requester, and quite often they provide the data that are incorrect, or for instance they take the information from the previous report. So using this information is actually not very reliable, although the actual correct information can be found there. So this is something that needs to be checked. And also it seems about 2 weeks ago, the Ministry of Justice has finally opened access to the information on the registration addresses of the founders of legal entities, and previously it was not published yet on the open data websites. And our connections module builds the connections between physical persons only if the first name, the last name, and the patronymic coincide. So this way we can find people who are registered at the same physical address. So here the coincidence is very unlikely. Okay, so yeah, we are searching here by the first, the last name, and the patronymic, and it may happen that these are just random people sharing the same name. It may happen that, let's say in our company, my co-founder has a namesake who is connected with some company, but our Mykola Smirnov lives near Kiev, and his namesake lives in Zaporizhia. So this is how we can check if these are the same people, and it's only their registration address that lets us differentiate between them. So answering your question, yes, quite soon we'll be thinking how to improve this connections page so that the registration address is taken into account. Yes, this is a very useful innovation, because if you read investigations of our colleagues, quite often there are situations where we would say, okay, there is a person who is a co-founder of this company, and also there is a person with the same name who owns a villa somewhere in Spain. So previously we could not check if this is the same person. And yeah, actually now it's still difficult, because in Spain the address would be different. So if they have their registration address at that villa, that would make sense. But if the person has an address in Ukraine, we will see in this register the Ukrainian address of the person and the Spanish villa. It can be registered as a property of some limited liability company, and the founder of that company is a person from Ukraine. So this is a good news, but quite soon it may happen that this open data will not be open anymore. So yeah, I believe that this kind of data is the most endangered type. so this would be probably the first one to get closed. So are there any tools that you are foreseeing in the nearest future, the ones that you have not mentioned yet? Well, quite soon we are planning to add more information on the courts because as of now the information on the courts only contains the information from the courts schedules. So the positive side is that we have the list of persons involved in the case, but the negative part of the story is that there is no court ruling. So this is something we are planning to add, and we are planning to add those quite soon. And will those be searchable by the first and the last name of the person? Most probably yes. This will be one of the search opportunities. And also this information will be connected to this information from this schedule, and this number of the court case will be used to bind this information together. And will this be information only from the new court sittings? Actually, no. They have been published since 2006, and these schedules are published since 2014. So they will be searchable by the schedule since 2014, and the information will be searchable since 2006. And what about the leaks? Do you plan to integrate them with your website to simplify the task for the journalists? Well, for the law enforcement, I will say that okay, we will not integrate that information, although yeah, it would be helpful, but this is actually against the law, and most probably it is unethical because some data are officially open and they are legally clean, but other types of data can be stolen or obtained in some corruptional way through breaking the law in one way or another. So I believe that using them is not entirely correct. So this is the position we have. The data that we are using are purely open ones, and we are not using black data of any kind. Now my question goes to Victor, a journalist from Наші Гроші website. So you are the ones, one of the most experienced people in searching information, and lots of your news updates are actually mini investigations, and this is something that demands respect. So how come you are able to research so quickly? What resources are you using for these publications? Well, we use lots of resources. Should I tell about them or about the new things we have? Okay, so if you permit, I'll start with this. In summer, we got this new tool, which is called Anti-Corruption Barometer, and the idea is there is data for the years 2014-21, and this is information concerning the corruption articles. There are 10 of them, and all of them are here. So what do you mean by the articles? I mean, well, I will explain what I mean. So if you go to Наші Гроші website, and then you go to the analysis of the court rulings, and then you will find this barometer. So what's the idea? The bot searches the court rulings on these anti-corruption articles, such as bribery, abuse of office, etc. So, for instance, 369, 368, 364, etc. So, in total, there are 10 anti-corruption articles, and they are used by the bot as a basis for the analysis. So it collects information on the national level, and also it can be disaggregated by regions. And so the court rulings themselves are of the highest interest here. And also, in all of those 10 corruption articles, if you get registered, you will be getting updates to your email concerning the top officials and what's happening on the court rulings in their cases. So I'm in the categories A and B of those state officials. And now a few words about the barometer itself. So what are the trends that we have discovered when we analyzed those rulings? All of that started 5 years ago when Yuri Lutsenko, at that time the Prosecutor General, was sharing these stories all the time that we have about 1,000 of such corruption ruling and corruption cases in a year. We decided to analyze that, and we understood that this may sound like a good number, but in fact the kinds of rulings which could be seen as just by a regular person are much less numerous. So if we look through the first years of the statistics available, 2015 and 2016, we realized that by this word, ruling, Lutsenko meant something broader than just the rulings where a person was sentenced to prison. So out of that 1,000, let's use this number, only about 10% of people were incarcerated, and also just a small percent, that's just a small percent of people who actually were imprisoned, because also there are appeal courts after that, etc. So in these official statements, the number was good looking, but actually in many of those cases people were just fined, or there was a court case, but then they found out that the person was not guilty, and the case was closed down. But again, this was also taken into account when they counted the court rulings. So this was a time when Petro Poroshenko was the president, and then we decided to analyze what was happening later after Mr. Zelensky became the president. And actually one of the slogans he used in the election campaign was that, okay, the spring will come and we'll put all of the bastards to the jails. So actually, if we analyze the number of those court rulings, actually we can see that the number has decreased. I mean, the number of fines is quite big, and also the number of cases in which the person in question is not guilty is quite big. So in total, we can see that the number of those cases has slightly decreased, though it's still quite big. But concerning Article 369, the bribery one, has actually seen an increase in the number of court rulings. So quite often it's the person offering the bribe who is in this way persecuted, and quite often these are the people who were offering just some small bribes, actually over 90% of them. And again, the numbers and the statistics are quite impressive. So this is the result of the comparison of what we had before and what we have now in the terms of the previous president and the current one. So it turns out that actually we are not good at putting people to prison, and we are not good at fighting corruption, or at least not as good as we could hear from our law enforcement officers. And also, as for the court rulings, again, a few words about an investigation we did when Lutsenko spoke about those corruption rulings. There was some discussion, and after that, that day, Press Secretary General told that we have this good situation with the court rulings, and there is, as a result of that, lots of money are getting back to the government budget, and according to Lutsenko, the total number was about 10 billion hryvnias, and so we got interested, and using the support of Viktor Chumak, a member of parliament, we requested the information on all of those court cases. We wanted to detail this information and to understand what was actually happening. And what did the prosecutor's office did? It simply provided Mr. Chumak with a huge number of those court rulings on paper. So we expected to get a number of links. This is how we usually work, and it takes no time to find the information you need in this case. But in that case, there was huge number of hard copies, and it took us a couple of months to process all those. And once we analyzed those court rulings, we saw the same situation. The situation was actually not as impressive as was presented by the prosecutor's office. So out of the 10 billions announced by Mr. Lutsenko, we could assume that there could be up to 3.8 billion. And all the rest, let's put it this way, there are different tricks that were employed by the prosecutor's office to get higher numbers. Let's give an example. There is some government-owned land plot which costs 10 million, and then it is leased, and the person is paying like 20,000 hryvnias, and it was found out by the prosecutor's office that 10,000 of the 20,000 was a corruptional amount. So what did the prosecutor's office do? The prosecutor's office counted not the 10,000, but the total price of this land, like 10 billion hryvnias in this example. So, of course, this is not the amount of money that was brought back to the government budget. Another case was about one government enterprise owing money to another government enterprise. And again, in this case, we cannot say that it's the amount of money being brought back to the government budget. So this is how we concluded that there were only 3.8 billion hryvnias.
Next question. How much money did you get for the recycled paper that you received? Oh, those piles of paper. No, I was joking about the recycled paper. But Lubov, it's true. This pile of paper that we got, it was just as recycled paper. You know, after we finalized this case, we decided to celebrate it. Yeah, I can imagine you could have had a corporate party. So, Yaroslav, you mentioned to data verification as referred to by the officials. Yes, and if officials are referring to them, they need to be held accountable for what they say. So you double-check the court verdict and also the data that you received through the FOI request. Back to question 1. Do Nashi Hiroshi newsroom have a process how you produce your publications? What are the tips and tricks? What is the first website you visit? The next website, how do you do that? Lubov. Each journalist has their own specialization. They don't try to cover everything at once. Victor, what's your specialization? Lubov. We are involved in a network of investigative journalists headed by Yuri Sklarenko, and we assist some of the regional investigators in their work. We have quite a few projects. Before that, I was involved with getting data from Prozoro website. Before that, we analyzed the court registry, not only on verdicts of corruption cases, but also on the commercial court. And we had a different project on healthcare corruption, how laptops were procured, and the related things such as IT sector. Another project is you have someone who... So specialization is a personal thing, you know, so that an individual realize where is their forte. We have Ira Sherpinska, she's great for development and construction cases. So her morning starts, she checks all the websites related to construction. Sometimes you need to look in multiple places for information, and it's a problem, but every person has their own specialization. Victor, or I could talk to Kirill, to Yaroslav. What information is missing? What gaps should be filled on those websites such as Clarity Project? Well, Lubov, I would say that information publicly available in Ukraine is available in quite big amounts. When I talk to international colleagues and I tell them this is available and this is available, some of the international colleagues actually envy me. They are surprised that this is available in this country. I wouldn't say there's a terrible lack or big gap in open data sources. No, I would say no. Well, if I take some time and think, I'll find something, but not at the top of my head that I can think of something. My colleague from Nashi Hiroshi website are in touch all the time, and there was a dialogue on anti-monopoly committee. Working with the information used to be a bit more simple. the information we need is still confidential. We cannot use it because using this data will be illegal, which means, well, I could say this is the information we need, but it's tricky to get it. Victor, you could listen to you. As I listen to you, and I think, oh, we're doing absolutely great. My question is to the audience. Do you find any gaps in the publicly available information? What gaps can be filled? What information do you still need to be appeared on U-Control or Clarity Project or Sudna Doloni websites? Please use the microphone. Thank you. Valery Bogan. I have a question about what's missing, but I'm not sure whether it's legal. Ask your question, Valery. So I want information on real estate. What exact information about property owned by individuals and companies? And also ownership of transport vehicles. I'm not sure it's legal, that's the thing. Maybe this is something we need. Maybe we are dying to get our hands on some of the databases or make them publicly available, but, you know. And I have a question to Kirillo. What's the difference between open up and Dostуп до правды, access to truth resource? So I did hear that you sometimes correct the mistakes if the data is not anonymized enough. If verdicts are removed from the registry, do you keep track of that? Will you respond to that somehow? Thank you. Answer. Well, since two questions were addressed to me, I'll get them. Sudna Doloni deletes nothing. Anything that has been published as open data that has once been entered in the registry goes nowhere. This is informed choice. We believe that it had been once published as open data, its public information should be available to anyone. On the other hand, this is the problem of an administrative management of our government, because our government doesn't have any duly mechanism to notify about any amendments introduced in the registry. You do realize that every day registry is expanded with additional 30,000 verdicts. Doing this manually is impossible. You won't just get enough people. Therefore, Clarity and Sudna Doloni services have teams of, 5 people. You know, nobody will process additional 30,000 verdicts a day manually. A recent high-profile case where there was swearing in some of the court verdicts, some swear words, and it took 2 hours for the news to be spread, even though the court verdict has been there for 2 months. And we did not edit the copy of this verdict, because this is the form in which it was published. Now, to your second question, Dostуп до правды, or access to truth, specialize in creating the request and sending the request to the authority. Whereas the Zapytovač tool specializes in obtaining data, and if data has not been obtained, then the aim of this tool is to simplify either the FOI request or the lawsuit. There's no notification whether you received it or not, so it's just a personal tool for you to assist you. And your third question was, could you remind me what the third question was? Right. I remember now. Transport information. It's highly unlikely that personal data will be published, because if you link a transport vehicle to a specific individual, it's going to be a problem. The government has no policy on how to handle this data. For example, the state license plate is not confidential, but for some reason the license plates are removed from the court verdicts copies. Well, they remove a lot of things that they should rather leave, but anyway, but it makes work difficult just because there's no data. If the data is around, then the big tools are trying to come up with an aggregate figure. And they're trying to extract everything from the copy. Companies, criminal cases, license plates, etc. And we introduce this information as additional filters. We clean the data and we try to link the data. Sud Nadoloni, if you enter first name, last name, and patronymic in quotes and quotes, you will find the verdicts mentioning the beneficiary that you typed into. We just got the organizational code from the verdict, and from state registry we get information on the founder and owner. Therefore, you get more information compared to your looking into the state unified registry of court verdicts. So we try to process information and package it across a number of formats and give it to our users. Sometimes information is just not available. And we're fighting for every element of information, because some people struggle with processing this amount of data, but usually these tools go to state authorities. Could you please us history on finance or history on land plots? The land market is open at the moment, but we still don't know how many land plots are there, where are the coordinates? Can we, so that we could make sure that the coordinates fit and add up. And sometimes it's unclear who leases the land plot or who sells it. Is it the local municipality? Is it the central government? There are so many errors and so many bombs. And the government is not interested in making this data public, because this will be a victory for the open data, but it will harm the reputation of the government. And nobody wants to be responsible for that harm. Personally, I remembered what I would want to have first is the certificate of marriage. Could you give me a legal feedback whether it's possible to make the answer? You know, if we had the marriage certificates and the godfather and godmother database, I think it would be great if, you know, if people have doubts whether Vasa and Svita are the godfather and godmother, if there were a certificate that the priest Kirilo made them godfather and godmother, it wouldn't be lovely, would it? Lubov, on your question about the marriage certificates, the information is not available, but there is information available on divorce. This is done through courts, and all the parties are mentioned as parties to the process. You can find it in the registry of court cases, and you can realize that these people had been married. So the question you're asking about is the gray zone. I got some requests so that my tool that doesn't even have that data to remove the divorce data, because they found this information on Clarity Project. But Kirilo, why is this gray zone? Why divorce verdict is different from any other verdict? Well, this is personal life of private individuals. They are not public figures, and information that people have been married or that the marriage ended is not the type of information that should be publicly available. I disagree, Kirilo. Lubov, it's public only to that extent is that if there's a court case, it's an open court case, so working with this data is possible in principle, but on the other hand, there's so many nuances where you need to keep the balance. Which data need to be public and which data need to be protected to protect the privacy. But these people are not to blame. You cannot tie divorce to corruption or any other illegal deed. Kirilo, I disagree. Sometimes officials divorce, but it's a sham divorce. and they just live with this woman, if the assets are seized, to make sure that the assets are remaining in the family. So this information is crucial. I think the middle ground would be to disclose the information about marriage and divorce of PEPs, of publicly exposed persons, so that we journalists could analyze what is happening with the assets of the former wife or the current wife. A question. Information about marriage. You can't get it through requests, can you? Lubov, I think your question is not for the data specialists, or it's a question to the journalists. If you look at GDPR, if you look at privacy protection, these norms are not as strict for journalists because they do investigations. If you're a journalist and you make a request, you're likely to get an answer. So I'm a person working with the data. If I make such a request to make it a part of the tool that's publicly available, then I'm bound to be rejected, because this has nothing to do with me, the privacy of another person. A question to the audience, including the online audience. Have you ever tried making a request to relevant authority if an individual is married to another individual? Or any requests pertaining to birth certificates? Have you ever attempted it? Do write about that in the comments. I think we need to be bolder in requesting information. If you never ask, you never get it. Lubov, I think if we try requesting additional information about godfathers and godmothers, I think the church will blame us, not only the state will persecute us. Inaudible, a question from the audience. Sorry, I did not use mic. So for those who are listening to us online, church does not manage public information. And second, we have many churches around. It's unclear which church you should address your request to, because we don't have one single structure to govern them all, thank God. Now, on your question about divorce and marriage. There is a case in the city of Odessa. The mayor did a sham divorce, Mayor Trukhanov, and this information is still not publicly available. We did not personally make this request, but the marriage authority will not reply to that request. NACP, National Agency on Corruption Prevention, National Anti-Corruption Bureau, tried to establish the fact whether this woman is still the wife of this individual, and they had to do a lot of investigative actions to find it out. But currently the situation is stalled because of legislative changes. Kirillo, I think we should raise the question that the church should also be a defendant in the law on the freedom of information, because they have the land plots, they have the staff workers who receive salary, they have assets. Because this looks really like a limited liability company. My point is that new legislation is adopted. We're a secular country, aren't we? Lubov, we have Article 13 on Freedom of Information Act on who can be the manager of publicly available information. And I think it's paragraph 4 that says any company can be the manager of publicly available information if this information has public interest. If this church is registered as a company or a legal person, then this information can de jure be the manager of information, and maybe even de facto. So look, we do have a legal opportunity to request certain information from the church. We seem to be not to use it. Sometimes church capture land plots and build churches without any permits, and not only churches, but also residential areas. This is abuse. But when the journalists try to get some information from the priests, from people who conducted this, they denied it vehemently and they didn't want to provide any information. They said that they allegedly were not the managers of publicly available information. As it turned out, if we do create some legal precedents, if we sue them, if we take the churches to court to make them give this information, new case law will appear in due time, and then the churches will be more willing to provide this information compared to now. If we do now, nothing changes, obviously. Colleagues, do you have any additional questions to our wonderful panelists? Lubov, if I may, I'll take the question about transport and property. The law says that information on property is publicly available and is provided for certain charge. Information on property can be received through legal API of the Ministry of Justice. I don't remember the amount they're charging, but it's quite big. Yes, if it's a one-off request, you can obtain it. So yes, it's like a website search. It's not a legal document. It's just for your reference. This is not a business secret. It's not a secret. In the past, it was easier to do and cost you less. I think it cost about 30 hryvnias. But if there's a lot of information on the individual, it can cost you up to 1,000 Ukrainian hryvnias. On your questions about transport vehicles, this database on the vehicles, you have all the information on the vehicle, not the individuals. There's a paid API of the Ministry of Interiors. It's sold through some state enterprise, but nobody knows about it. I think it's a private enterprise titled Infotech. When we asked Infotech, how can we sign a contract with you, they simply ignore you. They pretend you don't exist. Some people do have access to that registry. I don't know what tenacity they demonstrated to obtain that access, but the thing is that this register also has no license plate. There's information on the vehicle, the manufacturer, the color, etc. So you can say that this individual is driving this car, but again, no license plates. You can try and identify the manufacturer and the color of the vehicle from this API to certain open registry, and you might obtain with a certain probability the license plate, but there's no guarantee. And we don't know if this data ever appear. Yeah, and you can try and link it to the Security Service of Ukraine API. When I showed my lawsuits, I was in court with the Security Service. I lost this case in court. They need to provide us the number of insurance documents and the like, so I don't think it's a possibility. So far, if you want to find at least something, I recommend that you use the tool. You can use the VIN number to find the straight number, and then you get the case number, and you get the owner, potentially. It's not certain that party to that process was owning the vehicle. It's quite an abstract question. The government is trying to be more open. This industry is well developed, indeed, and a lot of data is open, indeed, compared to some European countries, for example. However, having said that, some of the authorities are extremely reluctant in disclosing their data. It's politically motivated because people can realize the performance of this authority is very poor. And on the flip side, I don't know, it's an attempt to make money on that. So it's not about corruption. It's like, why are they using our data? You might have seen the recent post by Smagluk, policymaker. This is the so-called, when she had a go at Control. And she is explicit, like, why are they selling our data? So I think a fair amount of officials believe that public information is their data. And that this authority needs to be paid by the people for obtaining this data. And it's a controversial issue, because certain data can be paid for. Because I think accessing a database live could be paid. But fortunately, there's a weekly update in the unified registers of companies, so feel free to use it for free. But if you want it now, the latest version now, you need to pay. But there are some authorities who simply want money. Yeah, the government has not created user-friendly tools, Sudna Doloni or Ucontrol or the like. So prohibiting other people from creating user-friendly services makes no sense whatsoever. I think anyone in this audience would be against private companies gathering publicly available data, packaging them in a user-friendly way. No, let us go and look in 150 registries, separate. It's much more fun. And this is where we're going to spend our time, and we will ignore user-friendly platforms such as Ucontrol Clarity Project. Colleagues, thank you so much. It was a meaningful and interesting discussion. One final question, if you have it, because we're almost out of time. Any additional questions? Yes, please. We have two questions, please. It would be interesting for me if there was also information from. So, it would be interesting if there was information about the Anti-Asset Grabbing Commission, and if it was appended to company information. And also, if you could add information on permits to install to install some of the machines and casinos in hotels, because it's regulated, and if you could append that to the company file. Do you know what happens with the register about the individuals who committed violent crimes against children? Will it ever be opened up again? The anti-raiding committed verdicts used to be available in our tool. But the Ministry of Justice still have the plaque. They will be on the tab External Information. It's high chance that they are there. The decisions on casinos and slot machines, fortunately, the relevant committee has published these data sets on the open data portal. So very soon we will get these decisions, if they're okay, because I haven't checked the actual documents. I know they've been published. On the so-called pedophile registry, it's a recent development in the legal framework. The technical professional thinks it's excessive. We already have registers of illegal crimes, so you can look the relevant articles, and this bigger registry has the registry, but only because the law says it's a separate register. Now the minister happily reports that they've created this register, and they simply use the old data to put this new register together. Whether this should be open or not, it's controversial. In some countries it's publicly available, in others it's publicly unavailable. Well, it's the question of whether it's needed. Today you can use existing court register, but in big services such as Sudna Doloni, etc., you can use the criminal code article as the filter. You can get this decision and you can deduce who the individual is. But then again, you can see that the offenders sometimes are fined. These can be like the old persons, I made a mistake, but it's a separate topic. And you need to be careful about making it public. There was one more question.
Hi, I'm Rima Grigoryan from Armenia. And in Armenia, we have such an issue, like we can't trust all the official information we have, or when we send informational requests and then get the answer, we can't rely on them and conduct our statistics. I would like to know how do you trade that information, official information where you get, for example, when you said that for you request and get answers, can you fully trust them and rely on them and conduct your statistics?
Ви зрозуміли запитання? Перекласти?
Thank you.
Да, я буду.
So I will answer. The question was about the fact that when getting information from government bodies, we cannot always hope that it's true. So the question was if we check the information additionally and if we do anything about it. So speaking of Sudna Doloni, we do not have any grounds to distrust the data officially published by the government. And actually manipulating any data whenever it's happening in big areas of data, for instance, the data by the National Committee of Statistics. But in such case-based data, such as court rulings data, sometimes there are some manual attempts to harm the data, like to introduce an English letter in the Ukrainian name, or deliberately make some mistake in the name so that one cannot find the document. So such defects do exist, and there are no way to find them other than the manual way. And otherwise, all the services have clear details about where the data is coming from, and actually each user can write an official request there and to get the primary document which would be proven the legal fact. So if the government is lying, of course we don't have any other source. The majority of services a priori presumes that the majority of data is correct and is what the government owes. I hope that this answers your question. Does it? And I can briefly add that this is both an advantage and disadvantage, that the information can be sometimes found in different registers. So, for instance, the company information can be founded in the government registry, in Prozoro Sales, and also there can be information on some particular licenses. So we have a number of such sources, and we can compare this information, seeing that in one particular place the company is registered in one way, and in a different place it's registered in a different way. But It's just like a person with many watches who is simply unsure what time is it. So it may happen that there is different information into different registers, and at least it shows that something is fishy there. Okay, thank you, dear colleagues, and I hope this session was useful for you. I wrote down some of the names of those resources which I didn't know about before. I encourage everyone to use Zapytovac resource in order to get access to openly available information. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Hello, dear participants of the conference, everyone who is or will be watching us online. We have one more important subject right now. It's about investigations on UA public and also social investigation films and regional investigations. Today we will have Svetlana Ostapova from UA PBC, chair of the board, also Inna Beletska, producer of investigations at UAPBC, who is the head of investigative work there, and also Katerina Lihaglad, one of the authors and journalists. We will be discussing films that are made on Suspilne and that help to introduce different important subjects for discussion and also help to enrich the content of the public broadcaster. So let's give the floor to Svetlana Ostapova, and she will tell about this investigative department that they have established. Hello, dear participants of the conference, and dear investigative journalists, and those who watches our investigations. We emerged as a public broadcaster in 2017, and in the beginning there was no special department for investigations. We collaborated with some investigative journalists since 2014, some strong investigative groups, some editorials, and we had Scheme Corruption in Detail, we had Наші гроші by Denis Bigos, we had Swiss24 as our partners. And I'd say that this collaboration with those editorials was quite challenging for the public broadcaster. These were external challenges, I mean, because the government, especially government involved in criminal activities, usually dislikes investigations about them. So every once in a while we had situations when investigative journalists were sued, and since we were the broadcaster, we also were one of the sides to the court case. Usually those were investigations about the top level corruption in the country, but our status of the public broadcaster implies that we are working for the entire society and for some small groups, some minorities. So we decided that since corruption is found not only on the topmost level but also in the local and regional level, and these levels are not looked into by those high-level editorials, because the audience in this case would be much smaller and the time necessary for investigation is comparable. So we decided to launch our own investigative department. These investigations would primarily be social investigations, something that could be of interest to every citizen of Ukraine, something that can occur to every citizen, like, for instance, some corruption in education, healthcare, local authorities, etc. So we launched this department, and Inna Beletska will tell more about it, as well as Katerina Lihaglad. And since the very beginning, they decided to make documentaries, and these documentaries would contain their investigative materials. All of the 9 films they did are quite interesting and highly recommended. And also there are departments, there are branches in different regions. So the practice is that we request journalist investigations to the productions in the regions. So, for instance, there was one such case where 6 regions were involved. It was Cherkasy, the LACMUS program, Volynь, then Mykolaiv, четверта влада, Суми, під прицілом Олена Адаменко, Lviv, inside by Mariana Sich, and Rivne, четверта влада, Antonina Torbach. So next year we are planning to have 6 to 8 different teams, and depending on the budget available, we will work with those investigations. First, the investigation would go on air in the region it was produced in, but then the entire Ukraine would be watching them, not on UA first, unlike the first investigations I mentioned, but also on air of the local branches. So we have heard that for now there is no sense to expand the audience. The audience there is quite sufficient, and usually the investigations are local. And I asked if the persons in question somehow react to investigations about them. Actually, yes, there are threats. They are threatened by courts. Fortunately, there is good collaboration with RPDI, so our stories are quite safe from the legal standpoint. And also sometimes the budgets of Suspilne can be limited. Sometimes there is a public criticism of the public broadcaster, and some negative comments concerning its work in general. Our current government does not understand the importance of the public broadcaster. They do not see the difference between the public and national broadcasting, and basically the president uses these two words interchangeably or together. And also we could see that in the budget for the forthcoming year there are some remnants of national broadcasting in Ukraine, and they are being strengthened to be used by the government for its own interests. So there are 2 national channels, Rada and UATV, which also now is a basis for the DOM channel, and also there is a radio channel, Army FM. Also a couple of newspapers. So the fact that Ukraine has started the process of separating the media from the government, just as is happening in every democratic country. This process right now is slowing down and is starting to be reversed. So the government starts to strengthen national broadcasting, and some time ago there was a discussion of closing the Rada channel altogether. It was only a satellite channel back then, or there was the idea to make the transition of it to YouTube channel, because in no other country can we find parliament channel. So recently we have seen the change of mind. They got a new license, including digital license, and it's being reformatted, so it's going to be turned into general purpose channel, and it's going to be used in the own interests of the government. Hopefully the opposition will have a say, because national broadcasting is not only for the government factions, but also for the opposition as well. And hopefully people will start to understand the importance of Suspilne. will need a couple of years to pass for people to understand it better, and the investigative journalists are contributing to this improvement. I have a comment concerning our collaboration, Svetlana. Actually, Scheme, Corruption in Detail, that was a joint project with Suspilne and Radio Liberty, and also Sledstvo Info was making some small videos, but also they were both national and regional. So I'd like to say that the Regional Press Development Institute worked closely with the journalists, and when Sledstvo Info was launched, there were 413 different episodes, and I was a member of the board. I was responsible for the legal screening of those episodes. There were 10 court cases, out of which we lost just one, and it's right now in the European Court of Justice because we disagree with that court ruling. So we are very grateful that you are working in partnership with us. We do our best to check all the stories to make sure that they are fully legally protected and meet all the standards of the public broadcaster. And also, if there are any court cases, we also provide support in those cases. So I believe that this is something that builds trust to us as lawyers, and also ensures a high level, high standard of investigations. So it's great that you are taking on this task of investigative journalism and collaborating with editorials. My question here is, do the journalist investigations help to build trust? I mean, the trust of the audience. Sure. I wanted to say one important thing here. We also request to make journalist investigations, but this has to be in line with our mission, following the ethics code of the professional standards and so on. I also work for Detector Media, and we see other investigations on other channels, including those owned by oligarchs. In my opinion, these are quite often pseudo investigations. They are used in the interests of the owners. They are used against the competitors, and this is how these journalist investigations are made. Sometimes it happened that some investigation was announced on the channel, but at some point they turned the tables and did not actually screen, did not actually put it on air. So someone maybe finally paid the money. So, but this is something we hopefully will never see on the public broadcaster. Yes, it's good that you have pointed out that there are no pseudo-journalist investigations on Suspilne, and since the very beginning I remember that there was some strong criticism from the presidents we had, both the President Poroshenko and Zelensky, and also people from their surroundings. And this criticism can be quite harsh. This can be a true threat for the public broadcaster, and here the journalists at least have this hope that they are protected legally and they feel the support. So we always have discussions about the very effective this investigation can be published or not. So We have certain number of court cases. So far we are able to cope with them, and I believe that this work should be continued because these stories ensure that there is some critical content, and it helps hopefully to attract a broader audience. Now let's give the floor to Inna Bilecka, whose investigative films were a huge contribution to our investigative journalism. I believe that here at the Conference of Investigative Journalism, we should mention those films because they already got some awards. And it was actually an eye-opener for me that the format of investigative film can be quite a long one, and it is still possible to hold one's attention longer than 20 or 25 minutes. And also I was surprised to see that some investigations can be totally unrelated to corruption. There are many social issues which also deserve attention, but they are discussed quite seldom. So, could you please tell us about the format and how exactly are you doing this work? Yeah, we are actually very happy people. We are happy to work for the public broadcaster, regardless of the difficulties we have. Still, we are brave enough to do what we are supposed to do, and don't care about the interests of the government. Of course, we could feel more comfortable if we had some guaranteed financing, etc., etc. But we are at least protected by the Regional Press Development Institute. We get consultations, and whenever we have a challenging question, we call Ludmila, and this safeguards us from difficult situations. So we are a team of happy people, and I always emphasize this. So how do I do this technically? So how do we switch the slides with the video? So some temporary technical challenges. In the meantime, let's discuss how the lawyers work with the journalists. The algorithm is always the same for many years, and it goes as follows. The lawyers go through the script developed by the journalists. They always stay in touch. Sometimes it takes quite some time, but I believe it's worth it because the journalists listen to our advice. And I believe that's important because when we go through the script, we analyze the text, and we already make some assumptions about who can sue the journalist, what are the arguments of that person, and what can we do to protect the journalist, etc. And this is, I believe, a way for the journalists to develop certain standards. So you can criticize our legal work to some extent, but I believe no one has doubts about the importance of it. So we are trying to launch our slides. There were some videos, and that was the challenge. involved. So I do hope everyone can see our slides. So there are 7 of us now, and as you can see from this old school name, Creative Union of Investigations, this is in fact a reference to the old Soviet days, and this is how our team looks right now. And this idea that Mr. Zarapalazania had back in the day, and we started in September 2019. We have made 9 films already, and we are working on the 10th one. It's going to be published in late December, and let us see a bit of what we have done so far.
these were, in a nutshell, our 9 films. Could you switch on the next slide, please? And this is the reality that the majority of Ukrainians get to live. Approximately 70 people live in dilapidated houses that can fall down every day. Even more thousands live in houses that didn't have any emergency status, but when the building collapsed, 7 people died and 200 people lost their accommodation. 150,000 people were diagnosed with psychiatric diagnosis in 2020. And in the 21st century, this system for treating psychiatric patients is in detriment. Healthcare reform didn't make any significant progress in this system for treating patients with psychiatric diagnosis. If there were government policy, it would have been different. But no, there is no policy and there's no request from the community. If the public protested, if they demanded, maybe it would have worked. But there are these bizarre, wild, corrupt officials, and then you get an individual, a small individual, caught between all that. The small individual nobody needs. And none of you will be needed by them. So the film is about them. So we come to their problem, and it may seem petty, but we want to raise the profile of this project. More than 1 million of Ukrainians have the status of cancer patients. The majority of them, unfortunately, in Ukraine are doomed not only to die, but they will also never get the anesthesia they want in the unbearable, painful moments. Ukrainian system, again, is stalling here because there's no special focus on those patients. 2,700,000 people in 2020 have been given the disability status. They are humiliated to obtain this status, and very frequently people treat them as, I don't know, second sorted. I'm sorry, even animals in the zoos are treated better than them. And this system only exists because of extensive graft. The system is not interested in any change within the system. Any initiatives coming from the Ministry of Health are up against enormous resistance from the system of medical and sanitary expert commissions, that any change becomes impossible. The 200,000 requests to the police regarding domestic violence are received yearly, and the majority of those cases remain on investigations. And not all people are willing to go to the police. International organizations help fight domestic violence, but the Ukrainian police now has good legal instruments, but still isn't willing to address that. The law enforcement is staffed by men and often by women who don't think that things that are happening in the family is critical, is something to counteract, that is something that should be publicly decried. 1,100 doctors died at the end of the year. Oleg Liva was one of the doctors who became the character of our investigation, called The Waves. She died not as a result of COVID. 1 year into the COVID pandemic, the country did not ensure safe operations in the ICU unit. I don't think that her death and the death of her 3 patients really prompted any conclusions. But this is a story of a young, promising doctor who only began her life. And I wish her death made a difference in this system. But no. And I could go on and on. But the question marks in the last slides is because there is no data. No data how many babies are born through surrogate mothers. Nobody cares. Nobody's interested. We do not know. The reproductive medicine clinics public that 1,000 children leave from Kiev every month. But they give the figure of approximately 450 babies born per year. But we don't know how many babies are no longer in Ukraine. The government doesn't really count. We don't know how many of them remain in orphanages, or what is the status of these mothers. As one of the mothers shared with us, basically it's like a huge factory. This is the attitude. And I'll give the floor to Katja. She'll give more detail about the process of our investigation. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Katarina Lichoglad. I joined a year ago or so. I'm excited to be a part of this team. I did see the films and they resonate with me. Maybe I'm running ahead of myself, but I want to add something to the statistics that you see in the slide. It's a shocking figure. I'm working on a story at the moment. It will be released soon. We look for causes. And we try to get to the bottom of how we arrived at this topic. And I found this figure. More than 50% of Ukraine's population lives beyond the poverty level. The poverty level is an official term, and it means that below poverty level is the minimum level of livelihood, so that their basic needs can be met. Needs of food, for clothes, and for healthcare. Minimum standards. So below the poverty limit means that even these needs are not met. They can't afford it. There are 40 million people living in Ukraine. That over 20 million do not even meet their minimum needs. How we find subjects for investigation? How do we find the characters? Maybe this number is indicative of the answer. The story we're working on at the moment. So we take an issue and we tried to bring it to a very large scale. So what is the issue? How many people are affected by the problem? How can the difference be made? What are the potential solutions to address this issue? But from a current subject, it's very difficult to put forward any solutions. You just feel like saying over 20 million people are not supposed to be below the poverty line. It's very difficult to come up with some kind of solution to address that. So my story is a story of how you can be absolutely destitute and be absolutely hopeless and helpless and see no way out because you were unlucky. Unlucky at a certain point in time. For some people, it's since their births. For some people, it's meeting the wrong people. For others, it's approaching wrong people with a problem. It's a story when a person is in a vulnerable place, how easy a person can be tricked, how easy it is to trick a person when one feels vulnerable and insecure. This is a follow-up of one of our previous investigations. I do realize I sound vague, so I will be more specific soon. Sorry, it's a project in the making still.
Як ми відчуваємо?
How do we feel the significance of what we're doing? One of the previous investigations that we did as part of this team, the theme were the addicts. What's the rehabilitation system in Ukraine? So when we started working on this topic, we thought it would be risky, sensitive and controversial. It's not likely to attract interest at all. And we feared that the audience will not pay much attention to the story. As it turned out, we hit the nail on the head because so many people and so many families in Ukraine are affected. So I will not retell the film to you. You can watch the film that's titled Pray and Hold, Fight, Pray and Hold. This is the film about how addicts undergo rehabilitation and rehab in Ukraine. As a lawyer, I can say that there are very serious human rights violations. Yes, and then Katya has a follow-up that's even more serious than that. We looked at the audience response, and it was petrifying. But even more astonished we were when we got letters from the audience. We realized that we raised an extremely anguishing topic because it's so widespread and it doesn't only have to do with the addicts. And addicts, not only those who are addicted to alcohol or drugs, and any vulnerable populations in principles. And it begins with drug addicts and with single moms, persons with disability, and retired persons. The effort is chaotic. It's uncontrolled by the government, and the consequences are detrimental. So if you talk about centers or shelters for these kinds of people, this year we saw a retired elderly home burnt down, 15 deaths as a result of that. Recently, in the city of Dnipro, another 5 people died. Top-level officials would convince us that they take these issues very serious when they say there's unofficial shelters. They are illegal, they're not monitored for quality at all. So you get very high-level statements that this needs to be monitored and controlled, and this is the outcome. And the outcome is that we get letters from people telling what happened to their family who ended up in those shelters or center, that people did not survive there. We find out of terrible, terrifying things. I'm trying to avoid the spoilers because this has not been released yet, this film. Well, to sum up, I think the stories and the characters find us on their own through the statistics, through the percentage of population being below the poverty line. And it's really important to work, even if you feel at a glance that it's a highly specialized topic, or even if you think the subject is somehow marginalized or not interesting. That is it. Because of these figures, we realized that Ukraine has enough robust investigation covering top officials, state corruption. But investigating ordinary Ukrainians, though, was not so popular before. We couldn't have done what we are doing if it were not for what our colleagues are doing. What they are doing is of utmost importance. They defined our lives. But when Slavik Schuster celebrates his birthday, somewhere out there in the center, a small Ukrainian dies. And this is happening at the same time. And I cannot overestimate the importance of that. So we wanted to bring this topic up as well. Next slide. We produce almost full-length documentaries. We expose systemic problems that feature a very wide circle of people. Oh, and this is interesting. This is TV impressions for September 2021. The most popular product is the talk show Ukraine Speaks. It talks about socially important issues. I'm not going to discuss the process of what actually happens during the talk show. Maybe you saw it, because in our work we often get people who were previously invited on those kind of talk shows, and after they were in contact with people who worked with those shows, and I'm not using the word journalists for them deliberately, these people are absolutely reluctant to talk to journalists ever again. My point is that the only TV show, or one of the top 50 programs that could be broadly called investigations. The title of the TV show is that psychics are investigating. I don't think this is quite counts for our audiences. Yeah, so this is the audience we're working for, and we really need to understand that. Once we grasp that, we won't be so depressed when we look at the amount of views of our work. Next slide, please.
Наша команда, ми починали з команди з 4 людей.
We started as a team of 4. Yes, and then we upscaled. Now there are 7 of us. 7 staff members. These people produced the 9 films I'm talking about. And we are making the 10th film at the moment. We have brilliant team. I am so lucky as a manager to have these staff members. All of them are brilliant, talented. They are excellent at multitasking and doing multiple functions. I think we would need more people had the people not been as brilliant. 7. There are 7 of us, Katya, not 8. Yes, but Alla is also the editor. Sorry, we can't quite figure out the number of our staff. So it takes 60 to 90 days to produce each film. Our record for the Wave Chwila film, and it took 35 days to do everything. You know, this brought the entire team together. Everybody worked on that film. It was a very exhausting experience. So we are a full production cycle. We do not subcontract. We do not any help with post-production or additional shooting. 4 films this autumn. Whew, I hope New Year's and Christmas is coming soon. We're terribly exhausted, actually. Next slide. Challenges and problems. They are true for the PBC's old bureaucracy. It's tied to government funding. We use our personal equipment still, and we chip in our personal funds, and this is linked to capital costs. And you get a lot of statements in the parliament from top-level officials how much funding they're allocating to us. It's not true. It's manipulation. All of that is spin. because when you have a giant company with 3 radio channels, 2 TV channels, and you cannot really call all that budget only goes to UA the first, UA pierwszy. Yeah, so we have equipment that was bought by us. We have no budget whatsoever for promotion and for external advertisement. In a position we find ourselves in, we cannot engage external resources to bring anyone to UA First or to our YouTube. We have very high need. We hope we will upscale and we will grow. We will need great, talented people. We invite them on our team. So those were the challenges, and now the good bits. Next slide. We have a dream of becoming the best visual storyteller for investigative journalism in Ukraine. We think we can manage it. We want to become the most innovative newsroom in Ukraine. We have made the first step. We have produced a podcast. City of Drohobych 101 has won the award of the best podcast in Ukraine. And we also produce podcasts based on our films, and it's done by our digital team on Suspilne TV. We are proud of our 3 victories. Best analytics in the Chest of Professional Award, and best prize for 100 isolation film, and a Grand Prix for the first podcast contest that I have just mentioned. Next. My team was preparing the presentation, and I need to cover all of that. Is it the last slide, is it? Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for your support. Thank you to all those people who can bear our 50-minute film and then write extensive comments on YouTube or direct messaging us and share their impressions. Impressions shared by our audience is the most prized achievement of our work. This is what we are working for. If there was a KPI in the number of tiers, we would have definitely met it. For some reason, our KPI is the number of views. But if KPIs were measured in tiers, we would have definitely met them. But sometimes our country needs this request from the public to finally start serious policy making. Could you switch back the slide with the challenges, please? One more slide back. Thank you. If I may. Of course you may. 2 key challenges. Outdated equipment owned by our team members. Suspilne was created on the base of state-owned TV, and everything was outdated. The rooms, the equipment, etc. Not that much changed during the last 4 years, because there was severe lack of funding when the previous president was in power. I think there were only 60% of funding allocated to us. This year, we get almost 100% of the funding, but 400 million is now locked in special fund, and this fund had to be created, and this fund only has money if the money slots are working properly. So not all money by the end will come. And again, this is not 100% of the funds promised to us. But capital costs, this year it's the first time we have them. And thanks to capital costs, we can fund something. We can fund renovation, we can buy equipment, we can renovate rooms, we can buy rights, long-term rights, we can buy rights to stream the Olympic Games or the Eurovision, so big events. So we can either use our economic costs, which are few, such as money we get from advertising or from leasing the rooms or from capital gains. When budget was approved this week, we found out that we got 76% of the funding. And this is not a bad amount compared to previous years, but no money at all for capital costs. We were told that budget provides money for capital costs to the companies that the costs that can be controlled by the authorities. But apparently they cannot control us through financial inspections and checks, etc. Therefore, they can't monitor how exactly we use the money. It's done internally, and we allocate money according to the priorities that we set. And therefore, next year, again, we have no capital costs assigned. Thanks to the donors, we are able to fill some of the gaps, such as buying equipment. Or we would be able to buy some of the equipment costing up to 25,000 hryvnias, up to 25,000. Anything exceeding the threshold will have to be funded through capital costs. The donors will not assist us in patching up the roof of our office or renovating the radio building in the city of Kharkiv. This is where we struggle. And the second challenge is that we have no funds for promoting and for advertising. As to that, money will be allocated. It is allocated next year. It should be done through ProZorro procurement platform. And there was this thing that we can't use government money for promoting our products. Now the situation has changed. If we use ProZorro, we will be allowed to do so. And I think this will be a more or less widespread practice in our company after the rebranding effort. It's scheduled for next spring. Once we prepare and make public all the imagery and all the visuals, then we can plan it with the new brand introduced. I hope challenge 2 will be addressed.
I hope that it will be addressed better than in the previous years. And as for the first challenge, it will remain for the forthcoming year as well. And one more challenge we have before us. This is something we have in common. Not that much about the money, but about human resources. And I believe that you'll have a higher number of them. I had dozens of people contacting me, people who are sick and tired of working for oligarchs' channels, and they want to do something useful for the people and for their country. They don't want to be ashamed for what they are doing, and there are such people on our labor market, and hopefully all the roads will lead to Suspilne. This picture we are seeing here is quite persuasive, but we can understand that the big commercial channels and oligarchs media groups usually seek for the things that are more profitable from the advertising standpoint, and we are constantly criticized for the low ratings we have, but actually if we count people getting information from the different platforms by Suspilne as of December last year, we had 13 million people in total. So not all the numbers are shown in the commercial panel. So the advertisers are only interested in citizen towns above 50,000 people. They are not interested in small towns and villages, and we cover those much better than any other channel. And also we have a very high level of trust, because you have mentioned that the KPIs only include shares and ratings. For the digital ones, yes, these ones, but we also have other criteria as well. And one of them is the trust, which can only be measured by means of public service. The last ones were happening twice. In 2017, with the support of donors to understand the baseline. Then we elect the finance for the next survey, and right now we have a center established in our company which can do such surveys, and they can also be useful for the creation of your content. They do some focus group discussions, and the results are sometimes even available in the news. And for the large scale sociological surveys, we had a big one in 2019. We had a growth of trust, and unfortunately 1+1 channel is above us in the rating. I would not be that trustful of that channel, but the media literacy level is also important here. Thank you, Svetlana, for your response. Thank you, dear colleagues, for the presentations. So in order for a problem to be addressed, we need first and foremost to define the problem, and this is one step towards the solution. So what can we be helpful at? So if the KPI was about tiers, I'd say that you are the first, because I watch those movies, and 100 years in isolation, this is something that is indeed a crucial topic of people in the psychiatric hospitals, a problem that's not discussed enough. I understand that it's a great opportunity that we've met at this panel discussion, because we now understand that legal support is sometimes not enough. There could be also informational supports, some projects we could do together. As for the outdated equipment, again, you could look for donors who could be helpful in this regard, who could provide some financing for the new equipment. Also, we are ready to train people in line with the needs you might have. This year we had some experimental training as for the visual content. By the way, I'm very grateful to people here in this room. I mean the people who did some original investigations for Suspilne. So there are 6 teams here. We've met there. We had those training provided. So we are trying to find out what the needs are, and we are trying to meet those needs later. So I perceive, dear colleagues, this panel as a possibility. You know, the conference in general is the source of inspiration, but also the source of new projects we will come up with together. So if there are any ideas or comments, please express them. Okay, I would like also to comment here. Yes, indeed, donors are helpful in this regard. They are providing some new equipment. So we have brought some new equipment to Odessa recently. They are opening a newsroom. And also, once the new equipment was installed on the TV channel, but they also wanted to install a new control room on the radio, but the total expense would be up 10 million, so not every donor can afford that. And also there needs to be some professional mutual support, so that those who are responsible for things being done or not being done should bear responsibility should somehow respond to that. In other countries, some government officials using, for instance, their office transportation, like luxury airplanes for personal needs, they would lose their office. But here, people simply don't understand that journalism is a profession that's socially responsible. Each journalist investigation shows that there is a problem and someone is responsible for it. So if some crime or if some infringement is happening and it's shown in the investigations, our officials are not accustomed to responsibility. They see people as a source of money. They do not see people as people. And here, I believe there should be some professional mutual support. There should be some joint effort. The same questions should be asked at press conferences, no matter how much time has passed, a month or 2 months. They need to understand that we remember the things they have committed. And also in the case of positive outcomes, they need to be publicized, positive outcomes of investigations. Yeah, a good question, and I can say a few words about the impact of investigations. So if the investigation is about some particular facts, I would give an example of Info. They have their legal department, which makes this impact. And also there is non-governmental organization, the Center for Overcoming Corruption. And also we are tracking all the statements, also the films that are being made by this creative union. Again, they raise difficult issues, like, for instance, this film, 100 Years of Isolation. This is something that cannot be addressed by one letter only. This is something that requires a total change of the system. In the same way, the issue of surrogate mothers. This is a big issue, and a lot of people need to be involved for anything to change. Then, Stop Me If You Can, another film. Again, this can be about some national level case which exemplifies the problem. Sometimes it can be successful, sometimes it isn't. We can contact the European Court of Human Rights in this regard. So I believe there is some impact, and the very fact that you are raising those issues, that's a considerable step, and let's move step by step. It's not going to change within 1 year, but I believe if we do this systematically, and if you are doing this on Suspilne and you are planning to continue, I believe it will have impact in the future. Also, we have been persuading ourselves that we are doing the good thing. We are not exposing anyone in particular, but we are exposing systemic problems. And it's difficult to describe them in one word, but we are indeed, as Ludmila has said, we are showing something that was not discussed before. As for the changes in the stories we are telling and the impact we can make, I believe there should be some demand in the society, some demand for the change, and it has to learn to be intolerant to those stories. It should not permit that the mentally ill people are closed down in psychiatric hospitals for a year. And are you ready to actually have a person with schizophrenia living as your neighbor? I'm not sure if you are. As for the professional solidarity, I believe it's in fact useful because the government, every type of government, I believe they are usually treating journalists as a tool rather than some kind of a referee between them and the society. That's because there is a big number of their oligarch media where they have a huge share of the air, where they will have exactly the kind of format that's necessary to a particular official or their owner, etc. Suspilne is different. Suspilne raises the issue and gives everyone a chance to speak up. But the current government, and something that I am very upset about, is that sometimes the office of the president ignores journalists entirely, as if we didn't exist. They do not comment the stories after they are published. They pretend that independent journalists do not exist, and only if there is a big chain of the journalists supporting each other, and sometimes when they see that, just like in case of Wagnergate, they realize they cannot escape answering questions. Only then they start speaking. So it's very harmful that we have this oligarchic field of possibilities for those people, and if those did not exist, they would not be able to ignore the journalists entirely. So we had 3 more questions, or 4 more questions. So let's hear some of them. So let me be the first. So I would like to know, you know, when I watched your films, some of the characters impressed me a lot, and I'd like to hear from you an example of how you found these people with unique stories. Maybe could you describe the situation about one of your characters? And I perceive this work you are doing as super complex. So have you ever contacted any, let's say, specialists or psychologists in order to avoid depression when dealing with these challenging issues? So I'll start with the second question you asked. So about a half of our editorial board is going through a therapy, and as for the search for characters, I would like to tell one story so much, but for now I can't. So we had a dream. We were even afraid to dream about a certain situation, but we actually managed to do that, and you will see that when the film is finally published. Another example would be Alla Sadovnik's story about surrogate mothers. They knew the address, they came there, and the woman who opened the door, her name was Marina, became the character. And sometimes it just happens. You are following have pregnancy, you become a part of their life, and they basically communicate with you when the person is threatened with abortion. You support them, and she becomes very open and sincere with you. So sometimes we only have assumption about something being located in a particular location, and we then ask people and invite them. By the way, one more detail here, these characters are real. I mean, in the pseudo investigations, sometimes we can see actors who are just acting out. But for instance, we had an example of some woman telling about a crucified boy, but in other news pieces they could see her in other roles. And here in Suspilne we only have the real ones. And there was a film about those medical wards, and there were two characters who managed to go through that hell. And you know, if a person without a leg has to confirm once again in a year that they are still a person with a disability, well, I believe that's a miracle that people even agree to speak up, and they are our allies in overcoming this evil. So we have a couple of other questions from Yaroslav, Antonina, maybe someone else. Yes, I'm Yaroslav Chaporny from the Center for Journalist Investigations. Let's discuss this project created together with Suspilne. Yeah, I'm interested to hear about your work, but I know that here in this room we have many people who worked with Suspilne this year. Maybe we could hear from someone in the regions working with Suspilne. Speaking of our center, I'd say that we have mixed feelings. One of the feelings is regret and lack of desire to do anything else with Suspilne. And actually, we've recently learned that there is new management now in our regional branch of Suspilne, so maybe we will change our mind once again, and we probably will create something in the future. So we had a conflict in Mykolaiv that became a national level conflict and became known in Kiev. So I believe people who are here in this room, who represent different regions and who had some experience with Suspilne, could share their story. For us it was quite difficult, and to put it in 2 words, I'd say that was because we were blamed professionally. We were blamed of doing things incorrectly in some regards. Sometimes we could agree with these professional remarks, but sometimes the requirements were totally unacceptable for us. And the second part of my comment is actually questions. So, Inna, have you watched our films, or I mean, you have made some remarks concerning our script. So you are spending your time. Do you get any money for that? No, actually, we don't. So all of my official tasks and the tasks of those in my team, all of that is included in the budget of our films. We do not have anything else. And this is only out of our own desire to assist those working with Suspilne. So you are right, it takes lots of time, and sometimes these cases are more successful, sometimes less. So Speaking of these decisions not to work with Suspilne anymore, I believe this is not the best way to go. We should not overgeneralize such cases that you might had personally, and maybe in other locations it can be different. I'm actually happy about the opportunities we are providing, and the experience you have had. This is probably the story of one particular regions, and so you believe that, for instance, that if in one school it's possible to buy a certificate, you can extrapolate that to the story of the entire region. I do not support this idea, but that's a matter of professional discussion. Yes, thank you for asking this question. We work with Suspilne. We decided that we are going to analyze the experience of this project, create with Suspilne. This is something that we've had for the first time. Probably there was some lack of coordination, and I was suggested to analyze this because we believe that it is necessary to continue this work, to continue these investigations. I don't know for now what format we are going to work in. The project is coming to its end, but this is why I'm asking you these questions about the problems you have and the needs you have. Yes, that's a very important issue you raised. I don't know if you've been here with us since the very beginning, but in the beginning I mentioned that this year the number of regions where we had the journalist investigations was 6 regions. Next year we are planning to expand, and one of the reasons, as far as I know, for such problems to arise is that Suspilne also cares about the quality, and this is a must. We should understand that we are spending money from the government budget, and there is always some bureaucracy involved in the process. Creative people don't want to deal with the reports, with the papers, etc., etc. But actually, this is very important to us because we are audited later, and we can get a criminal case out of that. So this bureaucracy is something that exists both here and in Europe. Those who are using grant financing, you know that it takes a lot of effort to report about actually doing what you have undertaken to do. So there should be quality, there should be some level of bureaucracy, and also there are some issues which can be described as conflicts, but we need to solve those conflicts and move forward. I am following the work of the oblast broadcasters, which have become the branches of Suspilne. I'm following their progress, and I know about the baseline. Since the very beginning, I was the member of supervisory board, but we were not the board officially because the legal entity was in the making. And we were traveling, we were talking to people. That was a unique experience in Ukraine. And people asked questions about outsourcing and about ordering things from productions. And in the regions, the number of production offices in the regions capable of actually producing anything was limited. But now, after the number of people employed by Suspilne has dropped, many of those who lost their jobs have established their own production studios, like the ones in Sumy or Kropivnitsky. Yeah, those people had fears in the beginning because, well, even though their salaries were not high, they had their salary and they knew that they will have some social security. But now, for instance, if they are making some content, not necessarily investigative journalism, but let's say some content about tourism, and some of that content is already available on Suspilne. So that's the practice that's new for Ukraine. Sometimes there are challenging issues, indeed, but here among us we do not have anyone responsible for that particular project you are mentioning. So yeah. Up. So Yaroslav, we should we have any discussion with you on this subject? I meant maybe someone representing the board here. Yeah, we have different situations in different regions. Sometimes the collaboration was successful, sometimes it was less successful. I mean, even in terms of communication, not only the product itself. So there are different stories, and I believe that I mean our department, had good communication with you. You had some regional challenges, yes, but in some cases we lacked people who would be more suitable for this project. So if someone was not successful in working with us, okay, we will wait for another year and try once more. So I wanted to say the following. You, in this case, Inna, you have also seen our work, and you also helped to comment in this situation. I do not have any complaints about you, and this is why I asked this question. Do you get any money for spending your time, your effort on this communication? And this is why I was so surprised. I believe you could at least could get some bonus for this. Yeah, Svetlana is spending lots of her time to advocate Suspilne, but she's not getting any money for that. So that's about the mission, about the cause, the idea. So, Antonina and Yulia.
Antonina Torbic for Четверта Vlada agency will work in the city of Rivne. Thank you. We've had very good experience collaborating with Suspilne project. I like the idea that Suspilne orders and looks for partners from the regions to produce some stories. So, coming back to the discussion that the impact of the investigations is not seen from scratch. Yes, obviously you want to see some response coming from the civil society sector and government. We hope this response will be in place. We have small victories, though, that you can find immediately after the release of investigations. I'm going to share them for your inspiration. We did our first story about breaching the patient's rights. And then we went on with this topic because we got more and more letters from the audience when they said that there are similar violations in the same sector but in a different facility. Therefore, we looked very closely at secondary and tertiary healthcare levels. And it transpired that beginning from April 2020, cancer patients that go to a facility should have been examined free of charge. And they also should do the the CT scan free of charge. It's 1 year and 2 months into the reform, and we found out that the facility didn't provide the due scan of examination. So patients who could use this free scan options were almost zero. We did an investigation, and then within 4 months, the facility could scan a total of 134 patients. The facility had to spend 400,000 hryvnias to do that, to make that possible. Katerina mentioned people who are below the poverty line, and some of those people now had an opportunity not to spend a total of 400,000 hryvnias. It's several thousand hryvnias per each patient. This is, when you talk impact, this is it. Sometimes you get some criminal cases opened after your investigations. So you might think it's very little impact, but when you see a specific individual's lives get better, however in small scale, but still better, then the opportunity of making these stories that make an impact is a huge inspiration. When you see how it ripples across the society, and sometimes you're aware of this impact much later. Sometimes you are very depressed. You see similar problems in different facilities, and you don't see any meaningful change across the board. But when you do see it, this is delightful. Antonina, thank you for your story. And we had another question over there. Martinovska Julia. Are you planning to do an investigative project somewhere in Ivano-Frankivsk region? Because I have a topic. And it depends on you, Julia. That depends on the producers. If you know investigators in Ivano-Frankivsk, you need an investigative team in the city of Ivano-Frankivsk. You need to build a team, and then you'll do investigation in Ivano-Frankivsk. This is not up to us. We're all in favor of that idea. Additionally, there's a contest held every year where we provide funding for the journalists who have topics, and we provide mentorships and fellowships. Yeah, so you participated in that, and you can go to us. A topic occurred to me after your remarks about healthcare for system. On Aspen, I met people who are working at the Ministry of Health, in the Ministry of Health. But these people care about integrity. This was a woman who is the head of the service that provides the medicine. Once she worked in the regional capital, and the regional budget funded one of these pieces of equipment in the regional hospital to do scans so that people could get scanned free of charge. A couple of years passed, and then she works in the ministry, and she conducts checks in this facility, and she finds out that the service is now charged for in the very same hospital. So they started digging. They asked, like, why? We bought it for the scan to be free of charge. And, they decided to profit from that, the hospital management. And this was an example from Chernihiv region. And I think whatever region you take, you would find similar stories. You would find con artists who buy something for budget funds, and it's bought for people, and then they just use it to benefit from it and to make money on it. Friends, thank you for being such a lively and active audience. Thank you for speaking your mind. We will further develop these issues. Ina, thank you for your films. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for talking about all of that. I hope you will keep up this work. I also wanted to say, in addition, I do realize that you get a lot of letters that are difficult to read, or maybe 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 will have thanks that you made the difference. You need to set these letters aside, accumulate them in a separate folders, and we will collect these
Доброго дня, колеги.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We have a very interesting session ahead. These people are people who you can't just meet on the street. You can't just walk into their offices. We will talk about the interaction with people who are employees of the law enforcement, the employees of National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and National Agency on Corruption Prevention. What's the best way to cooperate with the staff members of these authorities? I'll introduce the speakers. Two of them represent NABU and two NACP. Alexander Rykovtsev and Olena Krolevetska, Valeria Ivanova and Daria Sofina. My name is Lyubov Ilichko. I'll be the moderator. My first question is for all of you. Please be frank. What reputation do journalists have in your authorities? What do you really think about us? I think I'll start. In the past, I used to work as an investigative journalist. I think your reputation is excellent. I've worked for Bihus.info, an investigative journalism project myself. I'm under impression my mic doesn't work. You can hear. Okay, I'll start again. NACP has an excellent opinion of the investigative journalists. Reason being that I myself am a former investigative journalist. I think our cooperation only gets better. The law enforcement usually have different relationship. That's clear. If the public finds out certain information, it can be to the detriment of investigation that the law enforcement officers are conducting. Whereas the authorities that we are representing do not run the risk of having a negative discussion or negative attitudes at all. Thank you. Aptly put. The word reputation maybe doesn't really apply to us. We are a law enforcement body. We respect all professions, including investigative journalists, because your investigations are oftentimes helpful for us as well. But there's Criminal and Procedure Code of Ukraine that places us within certain restrictions. I'll add to the previous panelists. NACP has a very special relationship with investigative journalists. Last year, after NACP was relaunched, team of NACP was joined by many former journalists. So what used to be professional relationship for us became quite personal relationship. We are a lot more open and accessible as opposed to the way you presented us. If you want to exchange ideas or information with us, there are no impediments to that. And personally, I feel that reputation is about perception, and you also need to contrast it with track record. And when I think of track record, I think of renowned journalists representing Bihus.info and Scheme TV program. Well, I cannot say I have the thorough knowledge of the investigative journalism sector, but when I watch certain investigations, I am in awe. They are so much better at presenting their performance compared to us. And we could learn a thing or two in terms of presenting our cases. I have a personal dream in the context of this cooperation with the journalists. Now, personally, I feel that investigative journalists are the hope of our society rather than something else. Because people who have created the dictatorship of private interest, which we often call corruption, and we are trying to combat the values of people who had created the dictatorship, and so do the journalists, I think. you are a must-have element, your basic skills. And, you know, it's this feeling that you care about something. This is something a NABU detective should have this sentiment. They should have the sentiment that they care. And I think the journalist community also shares this sentiment of realizing that they care, so it makes us feel less alone. It's a nice thing to hear, and I ask this question for a reason. So if you say that you're open to cooperation, we will be more detailed in discussion of cooperation. Lubov, I didn't say that we are open, that everybody is open to cooperation. Well, Alexander, we, the journalists, trust deeds more than words. Back in 2016, when NABU was created, we held an investigative journalism conference, Mezhihiria Fest. Artem Sitnik was one of the speakers. He presented the new authority. He made statements that he's open to cooperation. And he was basically surrounded by colleagues after his presentation. Everybody wanted to meet him and to have his contacts. As a result of this meeting, it's my understanding, some of the journalists who I will not name begin having very interesting cooperation with NABU, and they started obtaining very interesting information. So in some investigations, you would hear our sources are in NABU. And we, the journalists behind the screen, we want to understand how did the journalist obtain this wonderful source in NABU that dump the case files of a criminal case. This is not exactly legal, but it happens. The materials are available to those journalists. So here's my question. If any of the people present here or listening or us online, how can such a person find a start communicating, not through the press offices, but really direct communication with people who work in NACP and NABU? If we're investigating criminal cases, investigations, how can they access the documents that they want? Lubov, okay, we'll start in the reverse order and I'll be the first speaker then. First and foremost, let me assure you, the journalists definitely do not have their sources in NABU. I am absolutely certain, and I will try to convince you, at least amongst the detective. Trust me. If journalists are under impression they have the source, you need to think whether it's a true source. If it's a cooperation, Alexander, I'll interrupt you. I have some colleagues who think they have sources in NABU. This is what they say, Alexander, at least. And then they publish stories, and it makes me think they... Lubov, I agree. There are some people who think they have sources in NABU. That's okay under certain circumstances, and that's okay under certain circumstances for people to think so. Now, if you want to be in touch with us, not through the press office, just to give you an indication, there is the head detective unit that has certain subunits, and each detectives have their own domains that they investigate. And if the journalist needs certain economic sector and wants to investigate that, or officials under that sector, let's say the economic sector, then the journalists need to know which of the detectives are handling these domains. If it's monitoring and if it's cooperation, any detective is open to direct communication and information exchange. We don't want any mediator, such as the press service unit or whatever. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I could give you my contacts, and you can contact me directly. Alexandra, this will happen after the panel. Pass the mic on, please. No, No. I don't want to take too much of your time, Lubov. Alexander. Okay, let us clarify your language, because you're being quite vague at the moment. Let's say some journalists do not have the lists of the detectives and don't know their specialization. Because if you just Google things like XYZ unit of NABU, you will get nothing. How a journalist can identify the person, the detective, through Facebook? Lubov, you might be able to find them through Facebook, and I'm not trying to use vague language with you. I just want you to understand the context of how we treat and what's our attitude towards the investigative journalist. I think it would be unadvisable to make all the contact information of all the detective in NABU public. It will be dangerous. If a journalist has an interest in certain areas, then we cooperate with the press service. Their contacts are available, contact details are available publicly. So should a journalist be interested in certain events or investigations, and the press service will pass this information on, and then we can meet the journalists and talk to them. So please feel free to reach out to the external communications unit. This is what we call a press service, and they will pass the information on to us. So it's business as usual for you, where the journalist approaches the external communications unit and says, I would like to talk to the detective who handles this area. Lubov, absolutely. As long as the journalist has information that can be of interest to our pretrial investigations, or just investigation. Because for just to talk to journalists, well, we don't have time for that, unfortunately. Also, if the journalist is willing to flag certain issues, and they will be directed to the units that specialize on the content of that statement, and then the detective could call the author of this statement or notification, and then the communication starts. Alexander, you say we will talk to you if you have something interesting to offer to us. But this is not always the case. Journalists might not have some data just yet. The journalist can say at the beginning, saying that I want to do an investigation of XYZ. I know you have a unit that also handles this topic. I would be grateful if you could give us a hint or some surnames, and maybe they will share this with you. Lubov, this sounds great. We welcome that. We are excited when journalists comes to us, I want to find out, could you give me an idea or a hint what you're interested in? And we can give you an idea if the journalist is willing to, I don't know, how to work as an out-of-staff member who talks to people, finds out information, guesses that, is willing to share this information with us. When the journalist is laying the groundwork for the future great investigation. However, what you shouldn't count on is that we will be frank with someone we don't know, with someone with whom we haven't built trust. Because we work on sensitive topics. We can't say to the journalist, okay, we're investigating these people, could you please investigate them as well? Because if these people are of interest to us, we are working on that already. But we're not sure if this person is really a journalist. Maybe they just want to find out what NABU is investigating. So, you know, there are certain limits to this possible communication. But it's certainly possible, and we're interested in getting this kind of help. Alexander, so this is how cooperation starts, as far as I understood. The journalist needs to win NABU's trust. Lubov, no. You as journalists have already won the trust, enough trust for us to start talking to you. Alexander, but you say we can't just give out information to anybody. So it's my understanding that the journalists need to come to NABU and give some information. Then you see that it's a good piece of information, you use it. You act on it, and only afterwards, after the dialogue started, then you can say to the journalist, if I were you, I would look this person up or this company up because something fishy is happening there. Lubov, in an ideal case scenario, yes. So a journalist comes to us and writes a notification and has the official status of a person who wrote a notification. And if it's a proactive notification author, they can even become the whistleblower under certain circumstances. So we will advise the journalists on the gaps that we have and the current dots that we're trying to connect at the moment. So this is how it goes. In our case, it's more simple. We work. So the answer is more simple in our case because we do not work with any classified data. It's public. It's absolutely public. And it's not about this large-scale communication, but we are open to personal contacts through the representatives of the unit. Inaudible? I'd like to share my own experience of cooperation NABU and NACP. I do not have that experience, but I hope it will appear in the nearest future. As regards NACP, it's really cool to exchange information when you work through Slovo Idilo portal. Asset declarations are a new area of work, asset declarations and NACP. We've made a statement that we are planning to do a lot of stories and publish them on that portal, and we shared this information with the head of the press service of NACP. When a media is covering asset declarations a lot, this talks about long-term cooperation, meaningful cooperation. So if the authority understands that, they're trying to facilitate the work of the journalists, to encourage them to provide information as SAP, and verbal requests work very well. So you don't have to wait 10 days after you submitted your written request. You can use your lawful right to verbal requests. You just tell them, we urgently need this information during several hours, within several hours. And then in some hours, you can get that information. But it turned out it's a great way to communicate. And you get a lot more information as opposed to receiving a written response.
Хочеться похвалити НАЗК, тому що і у його керівництва.
So the head of it, Mr. Novikov, as I found out in the process of work, and it truly wants to work with the journalists, especially investigative journalists, because NACP actually generates lots of interesting content, and not all of that content is used in this process of cooperation. I know you want to tell about the niche of NACP. We have not paid enough attention so far, regrettably. Yes, I will begin. We represent here two important areas. So let me explain. Many people believe that NACP is about auditing declarations, and that's it. Actually, no, it's also about anti-corruption policy. We represent two different areas here. I'm responsible for the assessment of strategic corruption risks, and Daria is responsible for anti-corruption analysis of projects. This cooperation is very important to us. our department looks for corruption schemes in different fields of public enterprises, government institutions, etc. So we look for different corruption schemes, different patterns, something that is being repeated. So, for instance, if the next head of the government enterprise is doing the same crime as the previous one, our idea is to find this out and to minimize this to the extent possible. So we are looking for gaps in the current legislation. We are looking for gaps in different procedures, selection of personnel, etc. So this collaboration with investigative journalists is very important to us, and it's in fact easier than for the law enforcement bodies, because we do not have any reservations here, because the more this is being discussed, the more it is on the public agenda, the easier it is for us, and the more opportunities we have to influence the corruption schemes. Let me share some successful cases. One of them, quite a good case, by the way, and I also have to mention that these are the areas that are quite new, so there are no previous success stories that we could be proud about. So the good story here is that our colleagues from because Info have published their story about the testing of seafarers. So it was a good corruption case that was bringing about $6,000 to certain officials that had certain influence. So the story behind that is that after those oral tests were cancelled, the journalists found out that it's possible to pay between $2,000 and $10,000 to get again the certificate for the seafarer, and also it's easy to pay a bribe and to pass without knowing a thing. And so they have sent us an official letter. We watched their investigation, and although a lot of money was invested, it's still possible to do this in a corruptional way. So we requested the seaports to reassess their corruption risks, and they have defined this as a corruption risk, and I believe thanks to this, new testing is being introduced, and there is a pilot on how to remove this risk and to arrange it in an entirely different way. This is one of the cases. There are many of them, and we truly hope that this will result in some ongoing collaboration. Understandably, just a few people who work in different areas cannot have the same understanding as a journalist who have spent some time on one particular subject, and especially if the journalist is investigating this for years. So it is very useful for us, and we also can be of some use because we have this possibility to look into different fields. I mean the regulations about internal procedures, to study how the things are regulated. And the problem is, maybe not exactly the problem, but many investigative journalists are looking for some names, preferably well-known names, and actually people know about a certain scheme, and it's quite a widespread knowledge in the society that this particular scheme has been there for decades. It's not being discussed because people don't know the names, but if this issue is being taken to such a high level, we get the opportunity to influence this risk somehow, to make a difference, and we also give the journalists a better understanding. So we the journalists can communicate with NACP because you can be a source of new subjects. So we can ask you about the new schemes you have discovered, and once we understand that, we understand what kind of enterprises we are dealing with, and we can check if they are actually using this scheme, and if yes, if we know the algorithm how this scheme works, we become the first ones to report about this, and thus we have a unique story, and then the NACP will be able to have the situation in their portfolio. So first this was hypothetical, and then thanks to investigative journalists, everything has been learned with the names and the companies, etc. Yeah, that's more or less how it is. But what would be the incorrect ways to communicate? What shouldn't we do to communicate in communications in order not to frighten each other? So yeah, the forms of this communication can be different. We at NACP are not the ones who easily get frightened, so this can be a two-way street, and option one, as Alexander has mentioned, is that the investigative journalist makes a certain statement or produces a certain story and forwards it to an ACP. So this is one kind of story. And a different option is when an investigative journalist actually needs some information. And in this case, the communication is possible through the Department of External Communications. Also, there is a possibility of communication with a detective. And this is how it works. But what are the incorrect ways? Well, there is no single answer, but there is some algorithm on how to make this communication successful, and we are open for communication with investigative journalists. So if I can add, it's not that much about the form, but about the message of this communication. And it's something observed not only in journalists. There is some stigmatized view that the government apparatus is like a big monster which is too slow to do anything useful. I believe it's necessary to understand the mandate of a governmental institution and the remit of it, because if people just complain about us not doing things, well, this is indeed something that is happening. It is quite widespread. One needs to understand that even if we are a representative of a governmental institution, it's quite difficult to influence any other institution. So that's about human qualities and communication skills. So to put it simpler, before contacting NABU or an ACP, we need to read the law on these institutions, understand the scope of applications of this institution. Yes, indeed, even if we have the necessary mandate, it's necessary to take some actions within this mandate, and these governmental processes, well, I'm not describing them in the negative way, but they do take some time. And also, I would not advise the journalists to read the entire law on NACP. It's necessary just to understand the scope of criminal offenses we're dealing with, and it's sufficient for the journalist to understand what kind of crimes we could be interested in. And in your opinion, what areas of your work are not sufficiently covered by investigative journalists, and this is a regrettable fact. Well, speaking of our area of the anti-corruption screening of the new legislation, I believe this is the new area that was launched last year. I do not have any reason why it wasn't introduced earlier. So this was Article 55, which mandated this kind of activity, and it's a very powerful tool in the hands of NACP, which can proactively respond to some of the drawbacks in the draft legislation that would later enable possibility of different criminal or corruptional offenses. So there are different levels of this corruption, starting from disability status to the high level. So this is imperfect, this is outdated, this sometimes has to do with low level of qualification while the draft laws are being developed, or sometimes it's being done on purpose. This corruptional component is being introduced there. So as far as I understand, this is about the lobbying of some members of parliament in the interest of some particular persons or industry groups, and this is something they put down in the legislation, and you notice it and inform about that. Yes, that's correct. So this describes also the drawbacks of government policy, because unlike the acts of the government, the draft laws supplied by members of parliament, they are not screened for corruption. Sometimes they are brought directly to the parliament meeting hall. So it's very important to understand for us as journalists, understand what's happening. And we have very limited influence on what's happening in the parliament's committees or parliament as a whole. So if I want to learn about the things the member of parliament could get money for, can I make a phone call to you and ask a question? So do you have any new subject for investigation? Do you have any of those draft laws which obviously were paid by someone? Well, first of all, we don't have this information, but you do analyze the draft laws. Yes, we do analyze it. We analyze the gaps which enable corruption schemes. This does not necessarily prove that the author of this draft law has received some money. So it can be true hypothetically, but it's not a fact, and I believe that no one among our colleagues would claim the opposite. But it's also the story of mutual support. There are many cases about, let's say, oligarchs which are supported by groups of members of parliament who, let's say, introduce some changes to the legislation to free some equipment of the value-added tax, and let's say the businessman is going to save $200 million per year. And there is a head of the tax committee who is introducing such an amendment, and the amendment is included in some law which has nothing to do with value-added tax, and the law basically has to do with protection of children or anything else, and this is how a lot of money is saved for some particular oligarch. So before such an amendment is voted for, it takes about 2.5 months for all the process to happen. So if the journalists knew it, and if they were eager to contact NACP, if they would inform us that this draft law was openly intended to free certain business groups of the necessity to pay a certain tax, and in this way we would probably have enough time to change the situation, to save the codes of the goods, etc., and we would save money for the government budget rather than some particular oligarch. And the experts of NACP are following certain methodology. They are looking for discretional mandates that enable certain schemes, but in this current process of lobbying of the industrial interests of certain businesses, they are not experts, because it's not their work, and this practice is entirely different from what they are doing. But this is something that's been done by investigative journalists, and if, for instance, the journalists know that some money is being earned on a daily basis through some scheme, and then the same scheme is being introduced to the new draft law, unless you don't know the particular name of the member of parliament and those who are behind them, it's very difficult to find such a scheme there, because there are hundreds and thousands of different laws and regulations. So in what way can we be helpful? If the investigative journalists are investigating something and they know certain things about some particular members of parliament, if they explain us that this particular decision will have some particular impact on the income of the government, or would create gaps for certain corruption schemes to be implemented, then we do have some leverage, some way to influence the situation so that the corruption scheme is not successful. If we work together, we can work effectively. And now, Alexander, would you answer this question? What are the practices that the journalist should avoid in communication? Yeah, you should communicate with us the way you communicate with other people. We are regular people, no different from you or anyone else. So please communicate with us normally. The only fact that should be kept in mind that we cannot afford a leisurely conversation. We do not have enough time and resources to be at 3 times at the same time, and sometimes we had to skip to 2 things to pick just 1 out of 3. So if you are knowledgeable, if you have some facts, we are always ready for communication. And as for any extra information or the things one shouldn't do, well, everything depends on the goal the journalists have. So if the journalists, a group of investigative journalists, have some goal they share, the effort should be concerted, and you should communicate in one way. So in 2017, I visited Singapore. I learned about their experience of fighting against corruption. We asked lots of questions on what to do in Ukraine, because Ukraine had lots of prospects and got a geopolitical location. They kept mentioning one thing: political will. And this political will should be communicated to the society, as well as the activities confirming this political will. Not only vague promises, like the International Monetary Fund, it always has a list of demands, and once you follow them, they believe you. The same can be done in the communication with society in terms of overcoming corruption. So once you communicate in a concerted manner, the society will hear you and respond. And as for the things which are not sufficiently covered, so sometimes we have information on pre-court investigations. It is published on our website on a regular basis, and only a small percentage of those are covered by journalists. So when the investigation is over, we are ready to share much more information about the story as compared to the same story while the investigation is still going on. Of course, it all depends on the sensitivity of the story. If the court is already dealing with the case, there are no mysteries anymore. And if some investigative actions are still going on, there still can be some share of that work that has already become public or not sensitive, and can be shared with the journalists if this is useful for their investigative work, and they can cover it. So that's quite an acceptable form of collaboration. The journalists can get some information from the detectives and check it and present the story the way they see it, and sometimes it can confirm the hypothesis of the investigation, and sometimes it can point the investigator's attention to the fact that something was done incorrectly. So our website is very effective when it comes to the kinds of information the journalists can use. So maybe it's just me, but it seems I didn't know that we can get information about the criminal case if it is in the court. So as far as I understood, we can we can get this information by sending a request. But it's not as easy as it seems. Not as easy as I would want, because this depends on the opinion on the prosecutor and the opinion of the investigator. So if the information does not constitute a restricted bit of information, then it's available. And it's my personal opinion that if there is a critical approach to this, there is some share of information that can be made available to people who would like to find out things about the story. And it's not about sharing all the information of the pre-court trial to the journalist, but still asking questions about the things that are already known to many sides of investigation, that's quite a possibility at the stage when the case has already been filed to the court. So all of this depends on the investigator and the prosecutor in the criminal case, and quite possibly they will find it acceptable, and they will be able to share some bits of information that would be of interest to the journalists. So this will be the foundation on which the investigative journalist will be able to build the story or the narrative. So I truly support this kind of communication and support in the areas we are working with. So the thing you are speaking of right now, is it already happening? Well, that's how I feel about the situation, the possibilities of our collaboration with investigative journalists like you. If you are interested in some particular topic we were working in, and if we are some clear understanding of what was happening there. So we can check this in practice. If we go to the NACP website, we find some news updates about some pre-trial investigation. We file a request to the press service requesting communication with the investigator, and in order to find out the information from the pre-trial investigation. So yes, we will try to do that, and I hope we'll be able to get some information. Yeah, you can understand that I cannot guarantee the success with such an approach. Of course, the information has to be not sensitive, both for the prosecutor and for the investigator. Yeah, so if we are completely honest about that, NACP is in fact interested to see their activity publicized. No, we are not interested in publicity, we are interested in prevention. And this is our top goal, because if we do just some disparate investigations, we can only cover a small percentage of the corruption that's happening in the country. We cannot influence the level of corruption threats if there are no preventive measures. And these preventive measures, to a large extent, depend on coverage of events and factors that contribute to corruption. So if the society understands that there are some officials who are doing a certain offense and someone is reporting on them, then probably we should stop doing that, because we will face the same situation. So if you are sowing some doubts in the heads of those who were corrupt, they will think twice before continuing what they are doing. They need to care about the things they own. And if you do that, you'll be able to impact the situation. So actually, there is a slight negative tint in the phrase as special security service agent. So if we hear this phrase, if you hear about some leaks from the agents of the Special Security Service, we do not want to be associated with that. We do not want to be used for someone else's goals. So if we as a journalist are communicating with an ACP, are you writing us down as agents? No, we don't. Okay, understood and written down. So let's escape labeling here. And now let's say a few words about about our names being protected and the conspiration, because we have faced a situation when the head of NACP was protected from the attention of the journalists by the secretary and by the security guard. So how could we communicate when there is security guard and the press secretary? I know for sure that NACP has very strong security system. The internal system that is taking care of security of the employees, protecting the employees from unveiling too much of information, including unveiling it to journalists. So do you have any limitations about sharing some information, and what are the requirements of your Department of Internal Security?
You mixed so many things in one question, so probably I'll need to walk you through the actual process. We'll start from the last bit. The internal security unit have their own mandate, because I'll talk about NABU. Internal security unit have the powers to investigate criminal activities committed by the NABU officials, and they also supposed to protect the staff of NABU. There is no ban on talking about things. There is the criminal and procedure code. There is the detective, they're the head of detective units, and there are prosecutors. They act as part of their role, and the books that was mentioned before. And there's pre-trial investigation secret, and there are the rights and responsibility of the law enforcement body. This is our code according to which we act, and none other individual can interfere with our activities, and no people can provide some illegal instructions to us. So the code defines everything we are allowed to do and are supposed to do. The task and the aim of the investigative journalists will never be the same as the law enforcement body. And that's okay, because each of the body have their own tasks, aims and objectives. And if we reveal something ahead of time, this will not aid us in reaching our objective. Now, when we talk about communication, I'd like to emphasize one thing. Each law enforcement body, such as NABU, have different units and different roles. They have to perform certain functions. Detectives investigate. Then talking to journalists cannot be a task equally important to the detective. This is what the external communications unit is for. So the certain heads of units have things to do, and they have to do this, i.e. investigate the top officials, and we deal with the crimes as defined by Article 216. So if we stop performing the designed functions, I think this will lead to zero result. The main objective of the Bureau is quantified by the investigations that are sent to courts, and the courts are finally issuing verdicts. I think this testifies to our performance. Correct me if I misunderstood, please. So there is no censorship on behalf of your press service when the press service knows that you talk to journalists. So you can talk to a journalist outside the presence of the press service officer. Is that correct? Lyubov, censorship is banned by constitution, but we have the pre-trial investigation secret in place. A detective or the prosecutor defines the amount of information they can reveal before the pre-trial investigation is concluded. So the detectives can talk to journalists without the press service representatives? Lyubov, it is up to the detective to determine the scope of information, and there are different formats, whether the press secretary is present or not present. There's a process. in place. Okay, I will not repeat myself. We mentioned it many times. I would like to hear from NACP. My opinion on what, Lyubov? Okay, I'll repeat. Are there any impediments coming from the internal security unit on what you cannot tell the journalist? Lyubov, these are two different things. There is some information that is confidential and classified because it's within our mandate. Because it's information we come in possession of as a result of us being an employees of the law enforcement agency. So sometimes the law prohibits us from revealing things. And there are things that we find it necessary to communicate. Internal security unit has no influence over me. They never had a conversation with me because I allegedly said something to the journalist. No. We are totally distinct from National Anti-Corruption Bureau. The more I talk to investigative journalists, the more I communicate with them, the better my performance. With the exception of certain nuances that we get some information from the law enforcement bodies, this is almost irrelevant to our internal information. I second that. Neither the internal security unit nor the press service instruct us on what to say. They're all in favor of transparency, accountability, responsibility, and the investigative journalists are also a part of that public. So this is one of the key priority areas for NACP. Dear panelists, so you talked a lot. Now, a practical question. Are you in good contact with some of the journalists? If so, could you say? NABU did not raise their hand, just NACP. Question to the audience. Have you got sources in NACP or NABU? No need to name names, just raise your hands if you have sources. They do not have, see? So, look, here and now, you have a unique opportunity to fill this gap and to talk to them now and after the panel. Because we talked about robust communication, didn't you? But you didn't raise your hand. This is not that good. You know, you need to communicate not only as part of the panel, but also in practice. Colleagues, have you got any questions for our interesting panelists? Who wants to find out more on what's the best way to cooperate with NACP? Please, you're welcome. My question is more about the opportunity of obtaining information. The Higher Council of Justice on their website published appeal and about disciplinary proceedings in their body against the judges. Are you planning to publish information on how you disciplinary punish your staff members? Do you plan to make it public in other law enforcement agencies as well? The National Police, it's interesting because they work with the people. So, can you obtain information about disciplinary proceedings vis-à-vis your officers? Or can this be obtained as part of the Freedom of Information Act request? You're asking NACP? I am asking NACP and NABU because you have disciplinary proceedings as well. Well, my colleague and I represent the senior detective unit, so we do not define the disclosure policies. We do not define the amount of information that we are willing to publish on our website. We are not in a position to answer your question. This is outside our competency. and internal investigations is managed by the internal control unit. Alexander is absolutely right. We do not define what is published, what is not made publicly available. But this information is somewhat classified. I'm not sure if it's worth making it public at all. Likewise, internal control or internal security unit defines this. I'm not willing to take these questions because we don't know what their policy is. And I'm not sure what would be the status of this information. Would it be classified? Would it not be? Would it be internal, for internal purposes? If the information has a public interest, then it must be made public. It must be publicly accessible. But I don't know, if you could refer to specific cases that were not published, then maybe we could influence that somehow or make this information public. But I have not known any cases in NACP on that. Alexander, thank you for asking that. It was a necessary question just to send the signal, to send the cue for us to reflect on that together. And I think other audience members will ask those questions and address them to people who can answer. It's important to know if any of your employees have faulty reputation or tarnished reputation, because we're interested only having people in ACP and in NABU who are conscientiously doing their work. And it would be good to know if some of the NABU or NACP officers were noticed in some unpleasant or inappropriate stories. Just to follow up your comment, Lyubov, on NABU, but it's about law enforcement in general. A law enforcement officer commits disciplinary crime, and then, or like stealing evidence, and then goes is fired and then is subsequently employed by another law enforcement agency. And if it's classified, nobody knows about it. So you fire this individual, we do not know about it, the public doesn't know. It's important information because same people become heads of units in other law enforcement agencies. On the one hand, yes, having sources is a good thing, but maybe this is a piece of information that holds public interest. Alexander, I think any disciplinary proceedings are recorded on your track record, and whenever you're employed for the next time, they ask you for your track record. I cannot give you the detailed procedure because this is outside the scope of my role, but it's like I think it's like when we study and research the individuals involved in pretrial investigations, casework. It's very difficult to conceal your terrible mistakes if you made a terrible blunder, or if you were fired with a scandal, if it was misdemeanor. I don't think the individual would be able to conceal that kind of information. By the way, this is an extremely relevant topic. A couple of days ago, the High Anti-Corruption Court has ruled a controversial verdict. Are my employees who are accused of stealing 400,000 Ukrainian hryvnias, these employees were not fired, but rather they quit their job. And under this process, the person is compensated once they leave their job, are compensated for unused leave. So a corrupt person engaged in graft will not get that track record that they were fired because of disciplinary proceedings. It's a pain point indeed, Lyubov. This harks back to the political will that I mentioned, the essence of it. If you have an agency or a country with a proactive position fighting against lack of integrity. So when we provide notice of suspicion to individuals, when we stop them from performing their function, but the agencies in which they work, the top managers of these agencies are trying to rescue them, are trying to help them avoid criminal liability, are not willing to investigate their wrongdoings. You shouldn't blame NACP for it. You should look to the public, to whether they're willing to support the political will to find lack of integrity and misdeeds. Maybe you can impact on that by being a part of public communication. There was another question in the audience somewhere. Yeah. Alexander and you did not raise your hands. Does that mean that 0 journalists tried to get in touch with you in terms of the investigation that you were doing? Lyubov, I do not want to make any public statements about it. Okay, I see. I see. So there is hope, after all, that one could exchange information with you in a normal way. Lyubov, and we will tell no one about it. Alexander, how do you keep in touch with the journalists? Or, well, maybe you are not in touch, but you are planning to be in touch with the journalists. Are you afraid of surveillance by other individuals? Do you meet people in the cafe, or you invite the journalists to meet you at your office? What's the right place to meet you? Lyubov, we did tell you we're not going to share that information with you yet. Alexander, what would be the best way to do it? Lyubov, we decided on a case-by-case basis. Alexander, do share more information with that. Olena was absolutely right. It's at your convenience. If you want to have a coffee, let's have a coffee. If you are willing to visit us at our office, sit down at with me at my office, feel free to do so. If you want to share something that can be important for our work, welcome. Ladies from an ACP, what do you think? Lyubov, it's started on a case-by-case basis. If it's within NACP buildings that we need to comply with the entry regulations to an NACP building, we need to apply for an entry permit for you. But there are no harsh restrictions. As regards NACP, I can make a statement that we can meet in a cafe. There was no physical surveillance, even though I was extremely vigilant checking for them. A person I know who talked to the State Bureau of Investigation said that the SBI officers are so afraid of the journalists that they talk to you at the door of their offices right under the CCTV camera, and you can't give them any piece of paper. The officers keep their hands in the pockets. They're so terrified that they're going to be accused of leaking information, and this is why I asked you about it. So things are a lot more relaxed with NABU and ACP. You can have a coffee together and talk to you. Did I understand you correctly, panel? Friends, any other questions?
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. A very simple question for an ACP. What about asset declaration of Mr. Zelensky? Is it impeccable, especially when it comes to offshore assets? And another question. I have a question about one of the member of parliaments, Yaroslav Tronevich, for example, about what he did with the Ukrainian railways, what he did vis-a-vis the gas issues in Lviv Oblast, and I think the person no longer has the immunity of a parliamentarian, but the person seems to be very fine continuing on their job. Answer. On your first question, I wish I could somehow help you and comment it, but this is not our area. Any publicly available information on NACP website, you can find all the opinions, expert opinions there. I think there was a press release, so all we know on verification of the presidential asset declaration is posted there. I am not specializing in this, so I don't think I even read that report. I'd like to add that Slovo and Idilo started cooperating with an ACP very actively. So I can boast. We were the first people to receive this asset declaration. We were the first to publish this extensive news item about the outcome of asset declaration of the president verification. Yeah, so this is publicly available information, Lubov. Well, my point, colleagues, is that if you're in good terms with an ACP, you can give scoops to your audiences, and this is real. Aha, I see another hand. Let me take this second question, the question addressed to NABU, because my unit specialize in railways, and I'm the deputy head of the unit. Yaroslav Udnevich case. Oh, well, I'm somewhat familiar with that case. Well, there's the presumption of innocence, just as a reminder. So we can't just presume that the person is a criminal before the court ruling. The investigators believe that certain materials enable to give this person the notice of suspicion. Presently, I think the defendant is studying the case, and soon this case will be sent to court, and it's up to the court to decide whether these people broke the law or not. Another question. The question about President Zelensky asset declaration. We cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Tanya Kozyreva. About verifying Volodymyr Zelensky's asset declaration. And the head of Security Service of Ukraine, Mr. Bakanov, his declaration as well. Journalists wrote that President Zelensky and his associates have something to do with offshore jurisdictions. NACP conducted a verification check, but the timeline was extremely small, and the outcome of the verification was that there are facts found by the journalists. There are the responses from the legal advisors of President Zelensky. But these responses are unconvincing. And we sent requests to offshore jurisdictions, and no answer comes from that. But the outcome of the verification is, I mean, the verification, as NACP believes, was thorough, and the president is not to blame. He didn't do any wrongdoing. My question to NACP, do you think this timeline limitation, do you think it's a very strong limitation, or maybe it's worth changing the law to extend the deadline somehow, so that you don't have to publish the results where it's absolutely it's obvious that there's a wrongdoing, but you're forced to make a conclusion that there's no wrongdoing. My second question is for NABU. If you follow the developments in this topic, Prosecutor General has made a statement that all the materials were sent to NABU for a long time, and that the Privat Bank case has also been sent to NABU. Have you studied, or will you study after this investigation, these cases? Have you started separate proceeding on them? I do understand it's probably a pre-trial investigation secret that you will not talk about. But after all, did you pay attention to this investigation? I was wondering if you were willing to take action following the outcome of the verification by NACP. Tanya, just to reiterate that we are the two units that have nothing to do with asset declaration. We cannot provide any new information about the asset declaration of the president verification. We just don't know, even though we would like to. As regards improving the legislation, it's true, an ACP law needs to be amended heavily. In the domain of anti-corruption examination of legal acts, expanding the scope of subjects of the declarations, and all those amendments are to be done for the Parliament of Ukraine. And until the Parliament votes that won't happen. What we can do, we can just draft the amendments or draft our proposals on how legislation can be improved. We have a separate unit that works on that. As for Zelensky's asset declaration and the timelines, well, I read recently, and NACP was blamed for failing to verify, like the journalists found a flat owned by an MP, and this was not listed under their asset declaration, but the timeline for verification, or the time period, is for the declaration is last year. So NACP checks the old asset declaration. The declaration that reflects the data for the previous year. So this case with the MP's property, it was the next year. The MP has filed a declaration for the previous year, and then we get the blame for failing to verify the declaration. But he bought this flat after he submitted the asset declaration that we verified. That's it for me. Thank you. Now, I'll answer you on behalf of NABU. Well, basically, you said it correctly in your questions. Any investigation has the pre-trial investigation secret. The detective investigating this proceeding will not permit either me or Alexander to share anything with you. NABU is keeping track of all investigations, including investigations conducted by the journalists. And some of quite high-profile cases have been sent to court thanks to the work of investigative journalists. We assure you, those investigations and facts that were revealed in mass media will be taken into account during the investigating. Well, when the time comes, I'm sure everything will be made public when the prosecutor and the detective allows. As regards an ACP, I want to share a tip with colleagues. An ACP, they often hold closed training sessions for journalists. They teach covering corruption so that an ACP could take this information and initiate an additional verification or full verification of an official. Oftentimes, the journalists find fault with an ACP. We did this great investigation. Why isn't an ACP responding to that? The problem is that an ACP didn't find the correct language, words that would trigger an ACP to start this verifying. So it's legalese. You need to be a little bit of a bureaucrat to write it up correctly. And an ACP offered training sessions on that to trigger these additional verifications. If you're willing to attend this kind of training, all you have to do is give an ACP press service a call. It sounds really simple, but head of the press service is open to talking to investigative journalists. You need to state your interest. You need to say, I am interested in producing meaningful, impactful stories. on so-and-so on the basis of asset declaration, and I would like to communicate the message better, and I would like to my investigation trigger an ACP investigation. And when the next training happens, you'll be invited, and you'll learn the ropes better, you'll have a better understanding of how this body is functioning, and you can build a dialogue with this law enforcement agency. In my experience, an ACP are very good at building working relationship. And as a result of this relationship, you can publish scoops, you can make your stories more complete, more accurate, and your story is based not only on what is publicly available through registered, but something more. Therefore, I urge my colleagues and invite my colleagues to talk to an ACP, because an ACP are really extremely open. Thank you, all the panelists, for an interesting conversation. I hope that the audience have learned a couple of tips and tricks on how you engage with an ACP and NABU representatives. Even though NABU are officially afraid of talking that they have official contacts with journalists, but you can deduce from their facial expressions that they do have those contacts. And they're trying to have us believe that no clandestine operations are there, so this is feasible. And cooperation will happen. Thank you for being with us, and best of luck to you.